morning, everyone. Thank you for coming to today's conference. This is George Washington Institute for Korean Studies signature conference. The theme of this year's conference is the linguistic influence of K-pop. Uh, the linguistic influence of K-pop, the global impact and pedagogical opportunities. So we have incredible speakers who will present their research in the morning session and then also afternoon session. But before we begin with our main program, I'd like to have our director of the institute come and give the opening remark, Professor Celeste Arrington. So Professor Celeste Arrington is a Korea Foundation Associate Professor of Political Science and International Affairs at GW. She's a director of the GW Institute for Korean Studies and co-director of the East Asia National Resource Center. So please welcome Professor Arrington.
Thank you very much, Miyok, for that kind introduction. I want to welcome everyone. My name is Celeste Arrington as the director of the GW Institute for Korean Studies and the co-director for the East Asia National Resources Center. It's a great honor and privilege to welcome our distinguished speakers and all of you today to this important conference. I think there is no better way in which to highlight the work of GWIKS, which is to promote Korean studies in the nation's capital, than through conferences like this today. And I want to especially thank Myok Park, my colleague, and my colleague In Sung Ko for organizing this conference. I'd also like to thank in particular the staff of GWIKS and the NRC, Ravina Ugale, Takara Askew at GWIKS, and at the NRC, Lisa and Bobby, for their support in the logistics of today's conference. I'd like to take a moment politically, it's very important to raise awareness about language study in the United States at this moment under this administration. The East Asia National Resources Center, which I co-direct, was funded through a Title VI grant from the Department of Education. And if you've been reading the news in the last few weeks, you will see how that source of funding and support to meet the demand, the growing demand that we'll hear about today for Korean language instruction is at risk. In addition, through the East Asia National Resources Center, we fund foreign language and area studies fellowships for summer and academic year Korean language study, including language study in Korea. And that funding comes through the Department of Education here in the United States. Without that funding, we would not be able to continue to sustain and promote Korean language study. And here at GW in particular, we've benefited a lot from that support. And so I hope that it will continue and it has enabled us to build on the very strong foundation of Korean language and Korean studies here at GW that my colleague, Professor Yonggi Kim Renaud, first began many years ago. So without further ado, let me introduce Yonggi Kim Renaud. She is Professor Emeritus of Korean Language and Culture and International Affairs at GW, as well as a senior advisor for GWIKS here. She began teaching here many years ago. She taught for 32 years and served as the chair of East Asian Languages and Literatures Department here at GW. In addition, she helped establish the Hamusuk Colloquium, which is one of the oldest Korean studies colloquia in the United States. Last fall, we celebrated the 32nd annual Hamusuk Colloquium. And I can sincerely say without the hard work and dedication and the foundation efforts of Yonggi, we would not have Korean studies here at GW today. So please join me in welcoming Yonggi Kim Renaud.
Good morning. It is my privilege and honor to welcome you on this bright first day of spring to the 2025 George Washington University's Institute for Korean Studies signature conference titled Linguistic Influence of K-pop, Global Impact and pedagogical opportunities. As someone who was one of the very first to study Korean linguistics and who taught Korean as a foreign language in a regular university program outside Korea, to be exact, from January 1963, I am ancient. I'm very moved to see how far and wonderfully both fields have progressed. This conference brings together scholars, educators, and thought leaders to examine how K-pop, a cultural and musical phenomenon, which has evolved into a global force, is shaping language acquisition, inspiring the study of Korean, and fostering innovative approaches in pedagogy. With its far reaching influence, K pop has become more than entertainment. It is a catalyst for linguistic exploration and cultural exchange. K pop's rhythms and lyrics have resonated with the millions, building an artistic and linguistic bridge that connects Seoul to Sao Paulo, New York to Nairobi, and countless places beyond. The power of this cultural wave lies not only in its captivating artistry, but also in its profound ability to inspire linguistic curiosity and create educational opportunities. Today, we are here to critically analyze the intersections of language, culture, and education, exploring the profound ways in which K pop contributes to the global linguistic landscape. Through engaging discussions and cutting edge research, we aspire to uncover new teaching strategies that harness the potential of this unique phenomenon. Motivating the study of Korean around the world, this novel experience makes an important contribution to our understanding of the human language and inevitably of the very heart of human nature. At the same time, we also have an opportunity to deepen our understanding of how K pop contributes to redefine the role of language in a connected world. This conference is a celebration of cultural exchange, innovation, and the role of language in uniting humanity. Thank you for joining us in this extraordinary conversation. I know you will enjoy today's conference. Invited speakers are wonderful, and I am so glad to have with us such insightful speakers. At least two of them are my old colleagues and friends, Youngmiu Cho and Jiun Kier, who are known to be wonderful teachers as well as great theoretical linguists. Now, let us uncover how K-pop continues to redefine global culture, education, and communication. Once again, welcome and let the dialogue begin. 감사합니다.
Before we start with our main program, I'd like to echo what Celeste said about thanking our staff members who've done wonderful work and they've really worked hard to make this happen. And because of them, we are here and we're able to actually enjoy this, great talks by wonderful speakers. So thank you so much, okay, for everything you've done. Thank you. We have there's a typo on the program that I wanted to point out. So the afternoon session is going to be hour and a half. So it's going to start from 1:30 and it will end at 3, which will be followed directly by the roundtable discussion. So which will go about like 30 minutes until 3:30. Okay. So afternoon sessions will also feature like 20 minutes of talk followed by 10-minute discussion of each speaker. Okay. All right. So we have this in-person audience as well as virtual audience. So if you're here in person, of course, if you have questions, you can always raise your hand and ask the questions to the speakers directly after their talk during the 10-minute Q&A time. If you are virtually joining us, there's a function to raise your hand. So you could do it, you could use that function, or you could just type your questions on the chat box. I will do my best to deliver your questions to the speakers so they'll be able to address them as well. Okay. Okay. So our first speaker is going to be Han-Ek Kim, and she is a lecturer and coordinator for Korean Studies in the Department of Linguistics at the University of Illinois Chicago, specializing in Korean language education. Her research interest encompasses Korean as a world language education, heritage language education, Korean language teacher preparation, in and out of school learning, and the impact of K-pop and media on language learning. So you see, the impact of K-pop is here. So that's why she's invited today as one of the speakers. Today she's going to deliver a talk titled Learning Through Fandom, K-pop's Influence on Korean Language Learners. Let's all welcome her.
Hey, my name is Hanae Kim, and thank you for having me here today. I'm currently teaching at the University of Illinois Chicago, and my presentation is about learning through Korean um, fandom influenced on Korean language learners. The Korean pop culture has undeniably become a global phenomenon, shaping how people engage with music, television, film, and digital media. From K-pop and K-drama, films, webtoon, and variety shows, Korean cultural content captivates fans of wide range of age groups, fostering a deep engagement with Korea beyond simple entertainment purposes. Okay. First time using this clicker. Okay. So through these media, audiences aren't simply consuming Korean culture products, but also develop a genuine interest in the Korean language, history, culture, and society. K-pop fans engage with the Korean language and culture driven by their intrinsic motivation, and their passion for the music, idols, and cultural content leads them to learn in self-directed ways, either by analyzing music video, researching on their own, or participating in discussions on online discussion websites, or sometimes with their friends in person. While many learners initially began Korean study because of their K-pop enthusiasm, their engagement often extends to more interactive and community-driven experiences. They actively participate in fan communities where they exchange knowledge, engage in discussion, and deepen their understanding of Korean culture. So the rising global enthusiasm for K-pop has contributed to significant increase in enrollment in Korean language courses at the college and universities in the US, as Modern Language Association has reported. And many people around the world are also learning the Korean language due to their interest in K-pop. And this also gives them motivation, self-reward, and inspiration to maintain their study. So I wondered, what specific knowledge do learners acquire about Korean language, culture, history, and society through their engagement with Korean pop culture, and what efforts they make to deepen their understanding of the Korea beyond Korean pop culture as an entertainment purposes? So I looked at this with self-determinatory theory and the concept of affinity spaces. So, according to Richard Ryan and Edward Deci, self-determination theory highlights human motivation and the three universal basic needs: autonomy, competence, and relatedness. Autonomy is the feeling of volition, having choice, and individuals have control over their learning. It involves self-directed agency and their ability to initiate and take ownership in their learning. This is normally supported by their interest. Competence is feeling of confidence and sense of achievement related towards their goal, tasks, or activity, and as well as gaining mastery. Relatedness is a feeling of being accepted, connected, included, and affiliated with others. And we can actually see this with our Korean language students. The learner's psychological needs for autonomy, competence, and relatedness are fulfilled, and they exhibit intrinsic motivation, which fosters a sustained engagement and deeper learning. So K-pop fans, a lot of the K-pop fans, especially the heritage language learners, are learning on their own. They have autonomy. It is their choice to learn Korean based on their interest. And when they can communicate in Korean, sing along or understand Korean media with a subtitle or translation or explanation by other people, they feel achievement and mastery. They have that competence. And then relatedness is actually from the social interaction that they have with fellow fans and also their classmates. And through that, they feel sense of belonging and connection. The concept of affinity space based on James Paul G is space where people gather due to their similar interest, either in person or virtually, and through that they share their interests but also learn and collaborate with each other. This space allows them to access diverse resource of information to enhance their learning as well as sense of belonging through similar interests and interactions with each other. One of the biggest example of affinity space is Minecraft players, the video gamers. They actually create and upload walkthrough videos and commentary on YouTube, providing valuable resources to other gamers. And through these activities, players not only contribute to the Minecraft community, but they also develop their own digital literacy skills through a collaborative and participatory engagement. And similarly, K-pop fan community function as affinity space where a lot of informal exchange of information and learning happen organically. And this can be online spaces. For example, we can see a lot of YouTube videos related to K-pop, or if you look at the comment section on YouTube, you can see there's a lot of dialogue happening. There are a lot of social media on Twitter, or now X, or Instagram or things like that, Reddit or Discord also have a space for K-pop fans to exchange information. Also, they have in-person spaces. For example, a lot of the school have the K-pop dance groups, and that's where a lot of the information changing is happening. Korean language classes, or even at concert, a lot of fans exchange information and develop friendship. So fans are intrinsically motivated, and through their interactions, they gain more knowledge and develop skills that they wish to master, and develop friendships and sense of belonging. So this is actually part of my bigger study, but I wanted to share how I designed this study. It's actually qualitative collective study, and there are 6 K-pop fans from this 4-year state university in the U.S. Midwest. Each participant represents a distinct case due to their varying ethnic background and exposure to K-pop and learning experience. I did online survey and on-campus event observations and 2 semi structured interviews, which lasted between 60 to 90 minutes. For data analysis, I did within cases and cross-case analysis to provide detailed description of each participants and also to strengthen the findings of the study. The study took between February 2020 and March 2021. This is the 6 participants that I studied, and they are listed based on the number of years that they've been exposed to K-pop up to the day that we had an interview. So Zuri, Ryan, Gina, Ishani, Aisha, and Maria were my participants. Their ethnicity and their age, major, and year in college, is you can see them here. As we know, a lot of the Korean K-pop fans are female, so it was really difficult for me to find male participants, but I found one. But they're all longtime K-pop fans, between like 5 to maximum 10 years. At the time of the study, they either have completed Korean language class or culture class, or they were member of Korean student organization at this university. So I would like to share my 3 findings. First is that they were gaining cultural and linguistic insights through Korean pop culture. This is a quote from Ryan that he shared with me during the interview. There is a very big role that K-pop plays in introducing culture. Like Hichol, he released a new song Halyang. I think this was more of a collab with Min Young-un and BB. Like just a music video, you can see there's a lot of Korean cultural components like hanbok, there's a lion dance costume. It kind of forces you to like, you see the visuals and then you have to ask yourself, what is this? And the image on the left is actually the last scene of the music video. So they actually collaborated the hip hop with the Korean traditional components. So you can see that they are wearing Korean traditional dress. They're standing in front of the Korean traditional architecture, and you can see the lion dance. Lion mask dance costume there. And throughout the music video, there is Korean drummer and percussion performing, combined with breakdance and hip hop. Here's another scene that the Ryan mentioned during the interview. This is the hip hop group Top Dog's music video, Ara Rio. And as you can see, the rapper is standing in the middle dancing with other dancers wearing Korean traditional dress. So Ryan shared that this cultural hybridity actually draws him to be more curious and interested in learning more about it and to be more exposed. So Korean music videos are globally known for its high production quality and as well as the vibrant aesthetic, cinematic storytelling, and abstract visual. Some music videos actually include a lot of Korean traditional components, as you can see, Korean traditional dress, architecture, dance, and sometimes historical figures. These elements serve to represent and celebrate their identity and the culture as well. All of my participants shared that they either picked up Korean words or phrase that were repeated in the songs and media. However, Ryan he actually never formally took a Korean language class, but he was able to learn Korean on his own. He shared that he not only learned many phrases and words, but also different formality, nuances, and usage. One of the example was the personal pronoun. He was able to learn the differences just by reading the translations and explanation by other people online. Another thing was the word was the 무섭다 versus 겁이 나다. He shared that there was 애교, popular 애교 thing that was happening, which was 나 꿈꿨어, 귀신 꿈꿨어, 무서웠어. And then since that he learned that word, oh, 무섭다 means it's to be scary or something scared. And then versus there was Korean song by 송민호 featuring 태양, 겁, and that's where he learned the 겁이 나다. So he learned that, oh, that means that you're afraid of something or you're fearful of something. So through these Korean media, they were able to learn words that are similar but different and learn the different nuances and the usage. Another finding was that they were constantly reaching out to in-person K-pop affinity spaces to foster belonging. Prior to college, none of them actually had in-person K-pop community, so it was mostly solo activities on social media. However, once they came to the university, they had more spaces to share their interest. A lot of them were afraid to be called Koreaboo, and as you probably heard this word, it's a derogatory term to call those who are excessively obsessed with Korean culture or they are fetishizing Korean culture inappropriately. So they were always afraid to share their interest. For example, Zuri, when she was in junior high, she was picked on for watching anime. So she did not want to share her K-pop interest with other people. She wanted to do it secretly on her own. And it was literally her own personal enjoyment. Shani, Maria, and Aisha also shared that they were constantly asked by other people why they were listening to songs that they don't even understand. Well, now they understand, so they can say it, they can understand. However, a lot of the times they faced these discrimination and they were picked on and called out. All participants that they share that they now have a bigger in-person K-pop community, and also their knowledge about Korean culture and history has increased due to the college course, classmates, and student organization. Maria and Ishani choose to come to this university because there is Korean language class, and they've been actively looking for places to learn about Korea, either Korean language class or culture class, participating in Korean student organization, or attending Korea-related events on campus. Aisha, Gina, Maria, and Ishani uh, shared that they love talking to their classmates before and after class. And it wasn't only about the K-pop, it was also related to anything that's happening in Korea. And they really loved that they felt like they were not being judged by other people because they all have similar interests. Some actually joined the Korean student organization to seek out further improvement. Gina actually had a cousin who was already attending this university at the time. So when Gina came to this university, her cousin introduced her to the K-pop dance group because she knew Gina will like it. Maria and Zuri also learned that there is Korean student organization and they wanted to be around them so they could learn from them. And then Zuri actually shared that this student organization is like a family to her. Not only they were developing sense of belonging and make friends in these affinity spaces, they were sharing knowledge about Korea in these affinity spaces. The student organization, even though it's called Korean student organization, it had more non-Korean members than the heritage members, um, just because of their interest in K-pop. Maria, Gina, Zuri, and Ryan were active member of the student organization, and they said they came here for K-pop connection, but to learn more about Korea. Um, so they wanted to provide space to share knowledge and learn about Korea. Uh, they have the K-pop dance team and choir, and they require even those members to attend at least 3 bi-weekly meetings per semester. And a lot of the topics that they covered were educational. So during academic year 2020 and 2021, they hosted 12 bi-weekly meeting, and 7 of them were about Korean culture and history. So for one of them was a Korean traditional holiday. So each semester they will have something about Korean traditional holiday, and they prepare the presentation and they will teach their club members. So 설날 and Chuseok. One time during the spring semester, they did March 1st Movement Day seminar, or they will have cultural activities like a cooking class or fashion show. And they even had a discussion about cultural appropriation because they have a lot of the members who are from diverse culture, and they wanted to really learn how to appreciate different culture, including Korean culture as well. So it was the student organization board decision to maintain the educational component within their student organization. So they wanted to not only enjoy K-pop, but also they wanted to teach and learn from each other. So this study demonstrates how interest in K-pop shapes the motivation and commitment of non-Korean heritage learners in studying Korean language and also about Korea. All participants have been enjoying Korean pop culture for more than 5 years, and some of them almost 10 years, and by now, probably 14. They actively seek learning opportunities, and through these spaces, they develop deeper cultural and linguistic knowledge that they've been wanting to learn for many, many years. Also, through the in-person K-pop affinity space on campus, they develop a sense of belonging, opportunities to engage in more in-depth learning, supported by their friends and classmates and peers who share their interests. I wanted to point out that the flow of information wasn't one direction. In fact, it was multi-directional. So the information that they learned online from other fans was shared with their friends and classmates. And this actually creates ongoing cycle of learning. And through this process, they were constantly researching and learning and expand their knowledge as well as other people's knowledge about Korean culture. So drawing from the phenomena of informal learning through K-pop, it is important to acknowledge K-pop as a source of for interest-based learning that fosters linguistic engagement, global knowledge construction, social identity exploration, and digital participation. Young at the University of British Columbia introduced K-pop pedagogy as a media pedagogy that utilizes critical analysis of K-pop and its global circulation in order to enhance digital media literacy and critically examine transnational culture. This approach explores the global phenomena of K-pop, digital media platform, fan participation, and media industry. So similarly, there is something called hip hop pedagogy, which integrates hip hop elements and knowledge related to hip hop into the teaching materials in formal and informal learning, creating more engaging and culturally relevant learning experiences. So scholars and educators utilize hip hop pedagogy as a tool for literacy development, social justice education, art, and music education. So similarly, I think we can do that for K-pop, as K-pop also share unique learning phenomena that contributes to how youth learn these days. For future research, I would like to point out that K-pop does serve an educational medium, providing students with knowledge outside of formal schooling. It is important to examine the topics that students are exposed through K-pop, as it is beyond entertainment. It includes historical events and societal issues that are prevalent in contemporary society. And students broaden their perspective on global political and society matters. So I call for research that explores specific topics that K-pop fans are learning through K-pop and how they connect their out-of-school learning into their academic and career pursuit, and also how it influences their worldview. And also, more studies should explore how K-pop has been integrated into interdisciplinary studies and its use in teaching and classroom settings. Okay, thank you.
So now the floor is open to questions. If you have any questions, you can raise your hands and ask directly. Um,
I think there was someone who raised the hand in the middle.
so there's actually Q&A. Someone asked whether these slides will be available
Oh, okay.
later. So yeah, but anyone on the floor? No? So then I could start the first question. So, so it seems like all the students that you've interviewed, I mean, they're really I guess interested in this Korean culture, and then some of them even started learning Korean on their own, through their interest. So I guess what and then they are taking Korean classes with, after they came to college, right? So I guess how do these students sort of integrate their informal, I guess, learning, because there's their informal learning taking place already, and then the former, formal learning, by taking classes. How do you think they're integrate these two types of learning?
So there's Korean culture class at this university, so they will bring their out of school knowledge into the classroom. For example, whenever there's like research project, they will choose the topic they're currently interested, and it's not the surface level. Some of the topics that they cover were like illness in Korea or suicide rate and things like that. So a lot of the topics that they learned through Korean media, they will bring it to the class and they will share with their classmates. So there's actually a deeper understanding of a Korean culture and more serious rather than the surface level, because they were already exposed to Korean culture through media.
Thank you.
I was really struck by the term that you mentioned in your presentation, Korea Boo, and I wonder what stances or what discourses like around that label that you observed, like within, you know, the groups of students that you worked with, or were they like resisting it, or were they kind of embracing it, and like, what were their like strategies to like navigating that like kind of stigmatization of.
Yeah. So a lot of them were hiding their identity as K-pop fan because they didn't want to be called Koreaboo. And however, they acknowledge that it is hard to ignore, and there are people who act like one like that. So even at the Korean student organization, they will have people who will join their student organization, and they can tell they're inappropriately appreciating Korean culture. That's why they have cultural appropriation session, and that's why they think it is their mission to keep educating other fans. Otherwise, they're not learning together, and also they could also damage their reputation as a K-pop fan. So they're trying to educate and grow each other, and often sometimes they're like, when I think about it, I was actually like that too when I was young. So they reflect themselves and then try to educate each other. And there's a question at the back.
So to piggyback on that, though, on the term of Koreaboo and the whole thing of cultural appropriation, did they were examples given on how to appreciate? And I ask this because I run the DMV Korean Language and Culture Meetup group,
Oh, okay.
and I'm not Korean.
Yeah.
And so I want to make sure that I respectfully appreciate the culture. So, like, I don't know if they provided an example of.
Yeah, so I was lucky to get their presentation actually. But at first, they will talk about how Korea or Korean pop culture inappropriately appreciate other culture. For example, like a lot of the K-pop music video will have like hip hop or like Indian costume. They will just think it's a fashion and they will use them. So they will share examples, bad examples from K-pop, and then also share examples from the American media as well. So they will, through these examples, like they were trying to educate each other without offending, one another. but there were a lot of examples that they shared that are happening in Korea, in Korea K-pop media, but also in the US, and as well as the experience that they experienced as diverse ethnic background student organization. Here was the guy. Student.
To kind of piggyback on that as well.
Yeah,
Uh,
Korea was the topic.
yeah.
Yeah.
So like, what do you think that there's like kind of like negative perspective about people who enjoy K-pop, especially when like listening to like French songs or like Spanish songs, we don't get like the same perspective.
So I actually asked one of my participants. She was exposed to different medias from different countries since she was young. Maria, particularly, before enjoying K-pop, she was exposed to like Chinese drama, or Chinese pop culture. But even when she was listening to Chinese music or like Spanish music or something else, they always asked anyway. So it wasn't just something that Korean fans were K-pop fans were experiencing. I think it was in general in America. We did not understand when people were enjoying international culture, but luckily now people appreciate it more. So I think it's a lot better. But another thing that they shared was they were very glad that the American or Western culture is also accepting K-pop, so they can now vocally share their interest. Yeah, even though they weren't really fan of BTS, they said BTS definitely has contributed a lot.
Wondering if I'm sure I'll hear more about this as the conference proceeds, but I'm wondering if you could talk a little more about the distinction between K-pop pedagogy and hip-hop pedagogy, or perhaps overlap between the two. Back when I was learning Korean at Sogang University, one of my favorite components was the learning through song lyrics, and that really helped me kind of acquire the grammar patterns in a more natural way. And I also kind of wrote songs too, wrote lyrics of songs. And I'm wondering if that's a part of K-pop pedagogy. This was during an earlier phase of K culture, of course. Uh, and also, I'm wondering if there are any limitations through this because certain K-pop songs may have an overabundance of English in them uh, compared to how people speak. Although, I mean, there are English used in Korean a lot, and just maybe use of a lot of informal language as well. So.
Yeah. So hold on, going back to my. So K-pop no, not hip hop. Hip hop pedagogy have different elements. For example, hip hop has that creative elements, so like writing one or interactive and participatory elements. One of the study talk about how they have MC and then they interact with the audience in the hip hop, and also the hip hop knowledge as history, culture, and the social consciousness that were raised from hip hop. I think we can definitely find them in Korean pop culture as well. So even though it's not all of them, I think there are some overlapping elements within K-pop that we can definitely use as teaching material in the learning setting as well. But I think someone else is talking about multilingualism in K-pop as well. I also think that's really interesting. Um, Even though it may not be used in the language setting, I think it's definitely showing more hybridity of the culture and language within K-pop. And there are so many examples. However, like Lo Siento from Super Junior or even like different songs, when I did actually ask my participants how they feel about the Korean songs written in English, like fully, like BTS, but Dynamite, Permission to Dance. Some of them were actually not happy because they didn't like the change, or they were trying to please the Western or American music awards or music industry. But more fans were more interested in the Korean components, and I think that's why people find this hip hop with the Korean traditional components in it as well. But students share different perspectives on the multilingualism, or things like that. I personally don't use Korean language, K-pop in my class, um, just because a lot of them are in like like poetic form. For example, using instead of using 저는, or they use 나는, and a lot of the songs are ending with the 는다 sentence pattern, which is not used in like conversational. But I think in more advanced level, I think it could be very beneficial. Yeah. And I think there's a study um, which is using Korean media in heritage language class, and I think those are also very good example. But I personally do not use K-pop in class.
I have a question. In the college, do you have like traditional? Because some, the college. Actually, I'm a high school teacher, and then we have a Nanta group, and then the fan dance group. Do you, the college student, also have that kind of traditional, like cultural activity?
At this university, no, but there are local organization that offers that. So often we share that information with students to participate, and they will attend those events. For example, there was a Dokdo and East Sea Symposium in Chicago, and they attended those events and things like that as well.
Actually, can I just add one more question? Because the reason is because the students, I see the hanbok and things like that.
Yeah.
I wonder whether there would be a little like movement like forward to like digging into more about traditional like Korean like cultural things. So how I wonder just because some of my students watch the traditional the drama and then they're interested. And then one student, she's not even Korean language learner, interested in trot music. It's like
Yeah.
going backward. So I just wondering whether it's, I don't know, maybe prospect, like different way to evolve.
So I think Korean media is also doing great job combining Korean traditional components. I didn't actually include this in this presentation because, yeah, there is. I don't know if you guys know BY's My Land. It's a song about March 1st independent fighter, and Ryan actually shared that example with me. And through those media, Korean fans or K-pop fans are actually learning about Korean history and tradition. And when I did further research about the song, that song was actually designed or created to commemorate the, like 100th anniversary of the Korean Provisionary Government in Shanghai. And so there are a lot of Korean government role to promote Korean history and culture. So I think they are slowly exposed to Korean traditional culture, even though they are first there because of the pop culture. So I think the area that they're expanding is gradually growing. There is another term called 활유화. So they it talks about how K-pop fans may have initially begin with K-pop or K-drama, but they gradually expand to different areas for like K-beauty, K-fashion, Korean food, and gradually they want to travel to Korea and things like that. So they actually have this, they expand the areas that they're interested in K-pop, and they're very intertwined with one another. So I think gradually they will become exposed. And also a lot of the current pop culture things are already well explained on social media. So as an educator for Korean language, I think we can definitely bring the traditional parts in so it can be developed together.
Um, I mean, I found, I don't think that the case you just explained is an isolated one. Probably we can see that kind of changes in many countries, not only in the United States. And based on that, I was wondering if there's any changes or impacts on the way the whole Korean studies community, like instructors or educators, researchers, the way they teach the students or the way they approach their issues, their topics.
So to be honest, US or North America is probably the last continent that K-pop is really popular. We all know that Hallyu wave started in 1990s. So countries like Asian countries in East Asia or Southeast Asian countries, they already had this K-pop boom for many, many decades. And Europe as well as South America and North America is probably the last area that accepted K-pop popularity, and we have to acknowledge the power that America have. Since then, there are more change, and we can see that number of Korean language classes enrollment have changed. So more programs are actually growing. I don't know about how teachers use K-pop. However, even at my university, there are two gen ed class related to Korean that are taught in English. So for example, Korean culture and history through Korean film, because they do a wonderful job teaching Korean culture and history in films. And also there's another class that for K-pop in the word. So I think more people are interested and drawn to K-pop and more courses are offered, which is good. But I haven't really looked into how teachers use them in the classroom.
So our second speaker now is going to be Professor Sang-Suk Yoon, who is an assistant professor of Korean linguistics at the University of Iowa, specializing in teaching Korean as a second or foreign language and the pragmatics of the Korean language. He is dedicated to making the Korean language and culture more accessible to learners. Professor Yoon is one of the authors of the well-known textbook series, Integrated Korean, textbook published by University of Hawaii Press. I'm sure most of the schools here in the States are using that textbooks. Today, Professor Yoon is going to deliver a talk titled, let's see, the Korean language usage among Americans, the impact of Korean pop culture on language acquisition and communication. Let's welcome him.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, thank you for joining me today. Uh, I'd like to express my gratitude to 박명 선생님 and 고인철 선생님 for inviting me to this wonderful event today. Uh, I'm teaching Korean language and cultural linguistics at University of Iowa, where there's no Korean people. It's in the middle of nowhere kind of place. So in terms of Korean language, it's like a third world, in the United States. So it's very late. So Korean, like pop, K-pop thing, or that kind of thing is very, very like late compared to the East Coast and the West Coast. But there are many students learning the Korean language. They are not Korea boost, but they are like diligent, Korean learners. My interest came from my experience of teaching Korean culture course. That course does not require Korean language before they taking this course, and many of them come to Korean that course without any knowledge about the Korean language, but they already know some Korean words like 오빠, 사랑해, those kind of words are already familiar to them. So I was curious what kind of words are appealing to American kids. And I found that there are communities online like Reddit and Quora. You can see lots of discussion groups where they are talking about Korean culture. And I realized that they use Korean words, in their communication. Like they just type, Romanized Korean words, but like somebody oppa, somebody 언니, those kind of 선배, 후배, or 막내. So they are, just commonly used in those kind of community. So like I was interested in how Korean people use English in their conversation, but now I changed my perspective, how Korean words are used among English speaking communities. So that was my interest, how I got into this, topic. And how American, like, how Korean is introduced to American society, it's through Korean immigrants. So I'll just briefly talk about the history of Korean immigration. So, they say Korean immigration started from like 1903 in Hawaii, like sugarcane plantation, workers. And by the year of 1930s, there are second generation Korean, people. And in fact, as second generation Korean people accustomed to American culture, they were not that interested in learning about Korea and Korean language. But their parents, wanted to teach their kids, to learn more about their roots. So at that time, the Korean education was aimed at strengthening ethnic identity and fostering independence. And there are some period of times when Korean immigrants came to the United States. And now, like, Korean community is really big. So Washington, D.C., is there a big Korean community here? I can see, lots of Korean restaurants, in some areas. And in the East Coast and West Coast, there are, big, large number of Korean people, living in the United States. And I'm not going to, go into details about this topic. And now is, as Hane 선생님 already mentioned, Korean language is one of the major foreign languages in the United States. Like Korean is ranked number 10, but you can see like a sign language. Sign language is not technically foreign language, and like Latin is not actively used in a foreign language. So Korean is like about seven, eighth, ranked in terms of the number of enrollments in higher education in the United States. But if you look closely, the number is comparable to Japanese and Chinese, which are different, like other Asian languages. Number is still, there's a long way to go. But the current trend of this language education in the United States is not really promising or positive. So I'm concerned about this current situation right now. Anyway, American society is like this. More than 80% of people just speak in English. And Korean language is ranked number 8, but it's very minimal, right? But it's ranked number 8. So yeah, we can see the impact of Korean culture and Korean language are in the United States and globally. So I wanted to, as I said, I wanted to see, how American people or just English-speaking community adopt Korean languages, Korean words and expressions in their communication. So when there are language borrowings, we can see, basically we can see two, big motivations. One is need-based. So new concept came to this society or culture. Then, you just borrow that term, like croissant from French or feng shui in Chinese. And robot, I didn't know this, I found this, while I was preparing for this presentation. Robot originally came from Czech. And sometimes we have our own language and expressions, but we use, foreign, language. It's for like prestigious, like prestige influence, or like, you admire the society, then you try to use, that language in your communication. So like more déjà vu in French and maestro in Italian, you can express that in English, but we when we use them, there are contexts we use those kind of fancy words and expressions. So like then what are the motivations of using the Korean language in their communication? Well, maybe there are mixed up kind of motivations of borrowing Korean words in their conversation. So yeah, I looked up the dictionaries, what kind of Korean words were traditionally used in the United States. So these words are, most of them are in English dictionary, like, Hangul, Ondol. Do you guys understand you guys understand basic Korean? Ondol, floor heating system. 시조, traditional Korean phone. 한소리, traditional, performance. Joseon Dynasty. And hanbok, Korean traditional clothes. 기생. And taekwondo, hapkido, these are, martial arts. And Moonism, Unification Church is called, Moonism. And 재벌 and 주체, in Korean study where they are talking about North Korean context, they know this word. And hantavirus, I didn't know that it's the name of a virus, but it was discovered by a Korean a doctor, so that is named after Korean name hantavirus. And if you look at this, and I found this page. See this, like it's from Oxford English Dictionary, and they yeah, so we can see Korean words like 애교, 반찬, 불고기, 대박, 한글, 잡채, 김밥, oppa, taekwondo. So variety of Korean words are listed on Oxford English Dictionary. So So yeah, I try to see, what kind of trends, the change of trends of like English Korean words in English, in historically. So if you look up this online Korean words on Oxford English Dictionary, then these are recently added words. So it's quite different from what we know, Korean word in the past, like 달고나. After this coronavirus, COVID-19, this was really in fashion. And 한류, 한복, 형, and K combined, form or K drama, K something. And 막내, manhwa, 먹방, and skincare. So I was surprised that there are a variety of words are added into like new version of Oxford English Dictionary. And Webster's Dictionary also, contain lots of Korean words. And like Korean food names, in the East Coast, West Coast, there are many Korean restaurants and people enjoy Korean food. They use these, terms very easily. Kimchi, there are variety of, spellings, for kimchi. Banchan, bibimbap. American Airlines offer bibimbap for their meal, and they pronounce it something like bibibab or something. But the correct pronunciation is bibimbap. 불고기, 갈비, 만두, 잡채, 김밥, 순두부찌개, 고추장, 소주, 막걸리. So I classified them traditional because it has been used for quite a long time. And I found some new versions of Korean food names, like tteokbokki is quite a little bit recent. And hotdog. I don't know why, but my students are really fascinated by this hotdog. And dalgona coffee and Korean corn dog. In Korea, we call this kind of food hotdog, but it's a corn dog, a Korean corn dog. And 불닭 ramen, ramen or ramen. 쌈장, K barbecue, 치맥, chicken plus 맥주, 파전, 닭갈비, and variety of 찌개, 순두부찌개, 김치찌개, 부대찌개. So yeah, so you may know more Korean food names, So I searched those, Korean food names on like major media, how they use them in their articles. I found that ABC News, introduced 로제 떡볶이, to like kind of tteokbokki with lots of cheese. And dalgona coffee was introduced in Washington Post. Dalgona coffee is sweet, milky, and pretty, but it's not for coffee lovers. And CNN introduced the 닭갈비, the story behind 닭갈비, South Korea's most fascinating dish. And 순두부찌개 was introduced in New Yorker as one of the like representative Korean food. And Korean corn dogs dusted with hot Cheetos and covered in spicy mayo are here to conquer the Minnesota State Fair. So I used to live in Minnesota, and in Iowa too. I went to Iowa State Fair 2 years ago, and I found this stand with Korean corn dogs. I was really impressed by them. And the warm, sticky, sweet resurgence of hot dog. Yeah, New York Times introduced the hot dog. And the New York Times again, 2019, they introduced pajeon. In the title, they just described it as a pancake that's ready for all the vegetables in your fridge. And then, it explained pajeon, Korean scallion pancakes packed with vegetables, something like this. So yeah, I was surprised that lots of Korean foods are being introduced in, major media in the United States. And I wanted to see, Hane 선생님 just mentioned about this community-based, information change, and I looked into their conversations from like forums on Reddit and Quora, and how they used Korean words in their conversation. And most common case was like address terms and reference terms. As you know, Korean people use like sibling terms for like family terms for referring to each other or addressing each other. So congratulations, Bruno Oppa. It's about Ronke and Bruno's, 아파트 song. And there was a posting titled Best Nuna Romance K-Dramas. Squid Game actors called ajashi or uncle. So in ajashi is explained like this, but in some context they just use this word ajashi. And 후배 and 선배, yeah, this is very Korean thing, right? So someone who started some career earlier is 선배. Even though you are younger, you can be 선배, or vice versa. So 선배, 후배 is so this discussion is about who is the 선배, Beyonce or Mamamoo. So isn't it interesting? And I didn't know about this, but in a boy band, or like there are older people and younger people. So 막내 line and 형 line. Did you know about this? So it was BTS's 막내 line of Jimin V and Jungkook. So yeah, I don't know about this in detail, but they classify members like this. Groups where 형 line is more popular than 막내 line, and they mentioned 아줌마 too. So yeah, the very Korean specific address reference terms are, very naturally used in their conversation, which I found very interesting. And K beauty words. I searched for K beauty related forums and articles, and I found this word 애교살. You know what this? You know what is this? 애교. Do you know the meaning of 애교? The being cute, and 애교살 is like a fat under your eyes. That makes you younger. So how to get more 애교살? So the way you wear makeup, you can. Oh, 5 minutes. Okay. Yeah. The secrets behind K-beauty trend, the 촉촉 skin. So 촉촉하다, so Korean onomatopoeic expression. Yeah, 촉촉하다, moist. Yeah, that is used, in an article. And 얼짱 look. 얼짱 is like pretty face, look. And which skin should I use? In this case, skin refers to toner. It's a kind of like a Konglish. So like liquid lotion or toner is called skin, and they use this word skin in their conversation. So yeah, this was from a Vogue. You can see Korean expressions like chok chok, and they translated like moist or damp. And 꿀광, yeah, 꿀 means honey, 광 means like glossy, it's a hyper glossy. And there we can see, not just simple nouns or verbs, so we can see, expressions like 사랑해 언니, you're literally so cute, fighting. So you can see lots of Korean expressions here. Fighting or whiting, two versions, are used interchangeably. 현진 오빠 or 언니, this guy is in female form, so that's why this person put this way. And 진짜 바보, 너무너무 미쳤어, something like that. I don't know. We have only 5 minutes, so yeah. And somehow this expression 괜찮아 is in fashion among K-pop or K-culture fans. Do you know about this 괜찮아? Yeah. Did you see this meme? Shall I show this?
Hey, I'm okay. I'm fine. Quinchana, Quinchana, ding, 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 ding.
He's an Indonesian guy, and he's a very popular streamer, and he used this expression, and it's so popular. So many people, when they are stressed out, 괜찮아, ding, ding, ding. Isn't it good? So yeah, you can see Biden is trying making is like cute finger heart. So oh my God, 친구s, Biden 오빠 finally fed up with Finn fans with cute finger hearts. So yeah, it's really amazing. And expressions like 누구. Did you know this expression 누구? 누구 is a Korean word like who. But when you use this in this kind of context, 누구 groups, like not popular. 누구? Who is that? So not very popular ones are described with like 누구. And Korean exclamatory expressions like 아이고 kind of thing are very popularly used. So Korean like webtoons are popular among K culture fans. You can see like 아이고, my apologies, kind of expressions easily. And 대박, you know what it means, like 대박, like fascinating. 10 대박 K dramas on Netflix. And 사생 is like stalker fans are called 사생, and Korean 사생 fans are really popular. So yeah, 사생, this word is like naturally used in this kind of community. And there are English, Konglish expressions. They are not authentic like English expressions, but they are like, Koreans use like weird English and American, like English native speakers are using them. Isn't it interesting? So always OST stands for on original soundtrack. It's not authentic English, but it is used among K-culture fans. And selfie is more common term in America, but in Korea we say self camera, selka, and that is used by English native speakers too. And all kill means like top on each like chart and all kill. And the concept in this case, concept means like girl groups, boy bands, they have their own concept, like image, like my cute image or sexy image or that kind of thing is and skinship, like physical contact. And comeback, K-pop groups always come back. So there's a certain period of time of preparation for like a new album, and they come back and come back. The comeback show, comeback event, there are lots of comeback. And I searched for how Korean terms are used in major media, and actually there are lots of social phenomena as described with Korean expression, like 갑질 is introduced. So 갑질 is explained like a Korean word for those in power who lord over their subordinates, like power harassment kind of thing called 갑질. And have you heard of this word 4B movement? It's very popular among American girls, but actually it's originated from Korean like words. 비혼, 비출산, 비연애, 비섹스. So 4B movement is originated from this Korean expression. And 꼰대 means condescending old person, and that was introduced in the Economist. And the mukbang is very trendy. One of a popular mukbanger in America recently passed away, so that was a big news. But anyway, that's originated from this Korean word mukbang, which came from Korean word 먹다, eat, and 방송, and broadcast. And 사재기, did you know that this word is used in America too? 사재기. 사재기 refers to the illegal bulk buying of any item. So when there is a K-pop group and you are a big fan of them and you buy bulk of like maybe companies are doing this to make them on the high on their chart. And 반지하, 반지하 is like basement homes, as you have seen in the movie Parasite. 반지하, this word was introduced in CNN. And it's quite old, but 헬조선, Joseon is an old name of Korean kingdom, Korean peninsula. And younger generation people describe Korea as like a 헬조선, very competitive and very miserable society. So yeah, I rushed in because I was running out of time. So yeah, so the conclusion from heritage to global languages, Korean language used to be like language among the Korean people, but now it has become evolved into a global language. And culture expansion, the input of Hallyu has introduced Korean words like 오빠, 누나, 후배, 선배, 막내, and those kind of Korean words that I used to today. And future trends, hopefully, Korean language continues rise in language learners worldwide, and the integration of Korean terms in global entertainment, social media, and daily speech. Korean as a linguistic and cultural bridge beyond just K-pop and K-dramas. Korean language is no longer niche. It's shaping global conversations. Do you agree? But I found that those Korean words like oppa, 애교, 사랑해 are widely used global fans. And in that context, they symbolize affection, charm, and emotional intimacy, right? But at the same time, terms like 갑질, 꼰대, 반지하, those kind of socially related words are about social hierarchy, frustration, and lots of like negative side of Korean culture. So like as you can see here, like 오빠 애교 화이팅 촉촉, idealized Korea, romantic, cute, and lovely Korean culture. But on the other side, 갑질 꼰대, 헬조선, 사재기, it's about critical Korea. authoritarianism, generational conflicts, and Korean inequality in Korean society. So the coexistence of these terms reveals a dual ideological perception of Korea. Korea as a cool, cute, and lovable country versus Korea as hierarchical, competitive, and struggling country. This linguistic appropriation illustrates how global fans are not merely consuming culture but also actively engaging in the construction of Korea's image through language. Oh, yeah, I rushed at the end of this conversation. So yeah, please, yeah, feel free to ask me any questions. 감사합니다.
So much to you for the wonderful, interesting talk. I've learned so many words. I mean, I didn't know there's so many words are being used by non-Korean people on the online community. So if you have any questions, you could raise your hands.
Hi, thank you. That was super interesting. So, as a longtime J culture fan, I was wondering if you've done any research into like how these words, some of them intersect with like kind of J culture, as noticed by Westerners, right? So, just a couple examples. One was OST for original soundtrack actually comes from Japan in the 1970s. So, I think that probably kind of came in through the anime Japanese enthusiast community. And kind of similarly, Koreaboo, I assume that's from Weeaboo for like obsessive fans of Japanese culture, which is from this internet cartoon from like 20 years ago, dating myself here. Anyways, so I guess that was kind of my question. Have you been looking at sort of this intersection of people who are really enthusiastic fans of Japan and Korea and some of this kind of internet culture coming together?
Yeah, actually, I'm not well aware of this, the phenomenon around, K culture, J culture and K culture. But my feeling is, my sense is a little bit different. Like, for J culture, it's more like American, white Caucasian people, interested in, Japanese culture. But K culture is like in the more global, so like a more diverse community is engaged in this conversation. And in the linguistic perspective, actually whiting is related to Japanese expression, white or whiting. And I noticed that in gaming community, people use nice, the Korean way of pronouncing nice, in their conversation. But in Japanese too, they pronounce nice as nice. So, they are closely related. And maybe if I look into like J culture fandom more, maybe I can see more similarities. Uh, mm, mm, but there are some differences, but unfortunately, I don't know much about this, J culture phenomenon, in this context. 감사합니다.
So like you mentioned like the Nugu example, and then that was really interesting to me. Like, but I saw a video about how K-pop fans are like mixing it with like an American like verb tense. So like Nuguing, Nugud, or like I don't know, Nuguish, something like that. is is that like I don't know, like if you looked into like deeply to it, but have you ever found like other examples of connection of Korean words with like English verb tense or something?
Yeah, right. Like, for plural forms, they use, put s after Korean word, and for verbs, they conjugate them in the best tense. So I could see, those kind of examples, but I cannot think of, some right now. But as you said, like for nugu, you can conjugate them in different forms. And what else? Anybody else? Mukbangs, and as you see here. Yeah, it's possible, and in English context, it's natural to conjugate them. So as you see, like Korean, when Koreans adopt the English expressions, they put hada or 되다 after the English words to make into like Korean context. Same thing is happening in English context too. Yeah.
Things about the Japanese influence on Korean loanwords, and I see there's a big divide, probably starting with the rise of the K-pop or the Korean wave, that before that, a lot of loanwords are actually via Japan. So things like skinship and bromide and OST and Arbeit, those were all Japanese loan. I mean, the loanwords in Japanese that Koreans borrowed. Of course, it went its own way into alba, while Japanese remained as arbeito. And but then more recently, I see a big departure. So it's not necessarily borrowing from Japanese words. So it's I think the loan word world now is changing so much that Koreans kind of borrow more directly from English or from all sorts of languages.
Thank you. It was a really interesting presentation. In your examples, I noticed romanization is all over the place. And I'm wondering if you're seeing a trend towards more systematic romanization as the people become more familiar with the words, or whether you kind of get calcified into strange romanizations because they become popular words.
Yeah, so the dictionaries, try to adopt like standard romanization system used by Korean government, like for like EO, and for U and for U, U. But in these conversations, I could see lots of variety of like romanization. For you, O is commonly used. For like long E, like they use EE. So yeah, it's like the commonly used word like has some kind of standardized form, but of some new terms, I think they use variety of forms. I think as they use them more, maybe it can be more like unified, used in a unified forms. But it's like depending on the word. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Not to instigate any like international conflict or anything like that, but sometimes in the media they said that, oh, the Korean culture, the K-pop came from actually from J-pop, and they tried to kind of find, there are some parts because our country was under, the colonization, the historical background. But actually, I think it's more like the Japan also accepted the pop culture from US, and we accepted, but developed in our way. So it's like trying to kind of push an agenda more like our culture, K-pop came from J-pop. I think it's a little bit like stretched. Also, if we kind of stretch that way, we can stretch like during the Baekje dynasty in Korea, the Uruk brought the music to Japan. So it's just a very like, it's kind of yeah, I think we should see this in different perspective rather than, the Korean K-pop came from like Japan, but rather it's just the interaction of between the culture.
So yeah, it is true that this idol system was originated from this Japanese like industry, but I think it's not comparable now. It's like Korean K-pop culture is much huge compared to Japanese J-pop. So we don't really have to say the influence of Japanese when we talk about this K content. Nowadays we don't really need to go back to like Uruk period, in Baekje dynasty. Yeah.
I really appreciated this presentation, and especially that last slide you had on there when you talked about the words that have become more prevalent in integration of Korean within English, popular English usage. And you suggest there that it's not just random, but in some sense born out of necessity when native English speakers encounter these Korean uh, concepts and images of affection versus critical perspectives. But my question is, I wanted to piggyback on Dr. Arrington's comment regarding romanization. And I mean, I'm an managing editor of a journal, and one thing I have to do is I have to standardize the romanization into McCune Reischauer. I mean, for the purpose of making it easy for people to find the sources, so there's no ambiguity. Uh, but what I noticed with, most of the authors that I help romanize are South Korean, and they tend to Romanize based on sound, like or the way they perceive English to be sounded, and there's a lot of variations. But in the examples that you showed, not the standard dictionary ones, but the ones that are prevalent among just ordinary people, they seem to base it more on orthography, based on how it's spelled in Hangul. For example, makne instead of mangne, and perhaps there could be other examples as well. And I'm wondering if you see any patterns, not just specific phonetic patterns, but more generally how native English speakers are Romanizing these terms, and if it's more variation, what I see in South Korea, uh, versus this maybe emerging standardization based on the online communities, or just repeated practice of how it should be Romanized based on the spelling in Korean.
I think that's a really interesting question and important, question too. My study is about the social linguistics. I didn't really think about this romanizations in detail, but as you see here, ajashi is romanized in this way, but according to Korean standard romanization system, it should be romanized differently. But mm, yeah, the maknae is a very good example. I didn't really think about this maknae. So maybe they consider this pronunciation and this like spelling together. And I have never seen like mangne as somebody romanized an MANG. So like it looks very different, from this mangne. So yeah, I don't know if there is like a pattern about this, but as you said, some people are just following this, pronunciation, and someone who knows Korean more try to romanize more in a standardized way, I guess. So yeah, I think that's a good point that I would like to look into more in detail. Yeah. There's some.
Students actually, I was teaching the 10th grade, 10학년. But if you write it as a 10학년 in English, then when they start engaging into actual learning the language, it causes too much confusion. Because if you cut it like 10 and hak and HAK, then when they emerge into learning actual language, then they can make connection. But if I try to romanize as this sound, then it just have to go back and teach that actually it's a ship, but rather just to write as it is. And when they engage in the learning, we can teach them like chaum jopan. When there's consonants meeting each other, then the change occurs. That way it has some unity.
Yeah, we can teach this like in Korean class we can talk about this phonetic rules, how to pronounce them. But there are 7, 8 rules. If we try, even though we try to simplify that, so even Korean people don't really recognize those rules. They just pronounce them naturally. And like 10학년 kind of example, students maybe first they have some difficulties, but they naturally pronounce them 10학년 because it's a kind of natural, like, sound phenomenon, compared to like 구지 kind of thing. You have to learn them 같이 구지, but that kind of phenomenon is like not that problematic, among Korean learners. But the teaching Korean pronunciation is always challenging. Yeah. Yeah.
So if we take the Korean learners out of the equation, I'll refer to my parents. When I go to Korean restaurants and we order bulgogi, my parents always refer to it as bulgogi. So I think that it's more of a syllabic thing. So like for that one as well, it's like how you space the like the hanja, like the jang, versus like in English syllables, how we space it. I think that might help.
Yeah, that might be the reason, or the way they pronounce, vowels are, different in English context. Like, hot dog is like HOT. So maybe some people want to pronounce it hot hot dog, something like that. And mukbang is normally pronounced like mukbang. It's totally different from the original sound, but that is commonly accepted by American community people. Yeah.
So as well with the U versus EO, I know that my mom also when she pronounces names with EO in them, she like says like Eong instead of like all. So it's again the syllabic thing like splitting the two letters.
Yeah. So if there's no other question, there's a couple of so
One more question.
one more question.
Okay. Do we have time for this? Okay. So since we are talking about romanization, which is not really natural for the Korean language itself, but the Yun Sang-sang 선생님's examples, I would like to mention that this is a more bottom-up, grassroots spelling, not romanization spelling, because all these words are used in kind of SNS, social media, and YouTube comment sections. So we cannot really force some kind of top-down romanization system for these fan spaces. So like, for example, maknae, it's probably they use a maknae for idol groups. I was a little shocked to find out Yun Sing that didn't know anything about the maknae line and hyung line thing in idol groups. But that's how it's included in the Oxford English Dictionary now. It's the influence of K-pop. So we just like to consider that some of the like romanization variations come from the maybe users instead of the research kind of orientation, top-down system. So that's I just want to add that.
And if I may add one comment, I was surprised to find that they would actually romanize magnet MAKNAE, which suggests that these are people who actually know Hangul. I mean, and how we actually write them in Korean, so Korean orthography. So, it's not just like random kind of people who does not know anything about Korean language. These are people who do have knowledge, and that's why they're trying to, romanize it that way, more close to the, Korean orthography, rather than just a phonetic sound of it.
Actually, romanization system is not developed based on like English, American, or British English. It's like just the alphabet representing the sound. Like, for example, kimbap, maybe my student will pronounce it like Jimbap or something like that. So it's not really reflecting this American accent, English. So yeah. So yeah, it's very tricky, yeah, because it is written in Roman alphabet, but the way they pronounce are very different depending on the place where you live. So yeah, it's another issue about this using Korean words globally. But my point was like in what context, what kind of words are being used in this English speaking community, and that was my point of this presentation.
Yeah. So before we let Professor go, Professor Yun go, there are a couple comments that came up online. So I'm out to you. The first comment says, quote unquote, I've seen few cases where non-Korean fans use Korean words in their own way. For example, 누구 돌 means idols that aren't well known. So who is it type of idol? So it's pretty much similar to like, 누구 group that Professor Yun was mentioning. There was another comment that says, thank you for the interesting presentation. We are very similar in Australia. And I often, so we have an audience joining us from Australia. And I often hear students now saying things like aigo or omo. And when asked why they say it, they just say, oh, they just sound right when it's said in Korean with these sorts of expressions. So I think a lot of the adopted expressions are kind of the ones that they sort of really connect with the sentiments of how Koreans are saying these words, and then there's no other appropriate kind of expressions that it could actually express in English. So they're actually trying to go and use the original words because the kind of sentiment they're trying to express is more expressed. I mean, I guess better expressed with the Korean words. So these are the comments. Thank you.
Yeah, this omo is romanized very correctly, but I could see more often like omo, like omo. Omo is more commonly found. And do you know mangdol? So 누구돌 is not popular idols, but 망돌 is like 망하다. Like, yeah, more like, ruined, disbanded 망돌. Yes. There is a degree of, 망돌. Okay, 감사합니다. Thank you.
So we're just going to move on to our last speaker of the morning session, Professor Soyoung Kang. So Professor Kang is an instructor of Korean at the School of Linguistics and Language Studies, Carleton University, Ottawa, Canada. So she actually flew from Canada last night, very late. She studied English, language and linguistics in Korean and earned a PhD in linguistics from Ohio State University. Okay, her research interests include effects of intonation and syntactic ambiguity, L2 speech perception and acquisition, Korean teaching pedagogy, and Korean English Korean translation. And today, this morning, as the last speaker of the morning session, she will be talking about. She'll give us a talk titled "Effective Use of a Korean Drama in Raising Awareness of Korean Speech Styles and Address Terms in Intermediate Level Korean Classes," which I am really, excited to listen to because my research area is Korean speech styles. So, and address terms as well. So let's welcome Professor Kang.
I guess many learners of Korean find Korean speech styles and address terms really hard. And I know that they're experts of this area. I'm so a little bit afraid. 무서워요. But my students also like Aigo as a lot as well. So yeah, it was fun. Previous talk. So today I am going to talk about how I use the Korean drama. Oh, so how I use the Korean drama to help learners of Korean to better understand Korean honorifics, especially speech styles and address terms in intermediate level Korean classes. So I approached a slightly different, tried a slightly different approach to using Korean dramas and used a model where students just had to watch the entire episodes of one drama that I picked, and students had to answer questions about these speech styles and address terms. And again, as I said, there are experts on this here, but for those of you who don't have any background in the Korean language, so for the first half of this talk, I'm gonna talk about speech styles and address terms a little bit. And for the latter half, I'm going to show you what questions I gave to my students and students' answers and what they learned from this assignment. So by the way, I'm so young. My name is so young. Although I'm not so young, I'm quite old. So I like my name because I can joke around my name. Names are important, and but given the importance of names, it's using Korean names in actual, a conversation is not really easy. So I would say I would start with Gus Hiddink. So in 2002, so he was a soccer coach for the national soccer team of Korea, and he was really popular at the time because he helped a Korean team to advance to the semi-final. So now when he was in Korea, he was really surprised to see how Korean team members called each other. So, for example, for a simple two-syllable word, 지성, it became four-syllable word like 지성이형. So, 공 좀 패스해주세요. Please pass me the ball like this. And so that shows that, the Korean names are not used alone usually, but have to be used along with something after it just to reflect some kind of relationship with each other. And now I'm going to talk about, typical hypothetical situations involving three people, Mary, Tom, Sue. And I mean, in English context, it's just so natural to use names Mary, Sue among all these people, even despite there's some language age gap. And also, it's really easy to use, to use names as an addressing term, and also it's easy to use the second person pronoun as well. But now a real context. Let's talk about a real context. Me and my husband, Won Jun Chung, and then EJ. So when we were in a grad school, my husband and I were in a grad school. We met EJ and Jung, so who was 5 or 6 years younger than me. And so we got so she was in the same program as me, but my husband was in another program. So EJ and I got quite close to each other, and so I called her just by first name along with the vocative marker and then she called me Anni, older sister, kind of a kinship term that we use is toward people a little bit older, but also who we feel close to. And my husband and I called each other just first name as in English. But when I talked to other people about him, my husband, I used our room, which is not uncommon among Koreans. And one June, my husband called EJ just first name by first name. But the question is, what should EJ use to call to address my husband? Or what happens if she has to use, the second person pronoun you? So like here, she had to use something, but she cannot use my husband's name because he's older than her. And also, I mean, oftentimes Korean allows dropping of personal pronouns like I, you, or third person. But sometimes you just have to mention, like in this case. So if you ask who ate pizza, and then if you have to say you did, then what term do you have to use for the second person pronoun? Of course, Korean does have second person pronoun expressions. For second person pronoun, we actually have two depending on which style you are using. So 당신 for honorific speech, and no, which is for non-honorific speech. And we typically use the non-honorific speech toward really close friends, or if you use them in a wrong way, like toward the strangers or older people, then that is considered very rude. And even the honorific 당신, to be used for honorific speech, I think a lot of cases it's very inappropriate and it's used only in a very limited context. And typically nowadays these are used between couples, and or also, I mean, you can use it toward the strangers, but in a kind of a rude way. So instead of using the second person pronoun, we have a lot of, so we replace the second person pronoun when we address or refer to that person, like with this kind of address terms. And so if I apply my husband's name to all of these, then I mean, there may be more. But then for the first two is not appropriate because he was just still a student. So, EJ cannot use that address term. And then for the last one, she cannot use them either because typically these are used toward the people who are younger than the speaker. So it's not appropriate either. So probably the best option might be one of these three, but then she didn't feel any of these was appropriate because she could not use Wonjun Oppa, for example, because as you might know, Oppa has a special status nowadays, especially with all those K-pop fans and things like that. And also, she didn't feel that close to my husband. And so now what happens? What did she use? Any guess? Dongbu? No. Yeah. 선생님, he was not a teacher there yet, and he was still a student, so cannot use that either. You. Oh. Yeah, but I mean, some cases you just have to use you, right? So who ate the pizza, and then you did, and in that case, I mean, you have to just mention it. Yes. Oh no. What she came up was 신랑 오빠. I don't know if you've heard of it, but she said she got it from her friend. And so maybe there are two Koreans who used this term at all. So maybe she got it from my calling my husband 우리 신랑, because I use 신랑, so maybe that's from 신랑, from that thing, and oppa because he's older. But it's just not right, doesn't feel right to use oppa only because, as I said, oppa has some kind of special meaning in the Korean language. Another important aspect of honorification in Korean is speech styles. Typically showed up as sentence endings attached to verbs or adjectives. So I think people may have different opinions about how many exist for speech style, but I think many list six. So for the first four, honorific speech, and then the last two belong to non-honorific speech. So which one to select among these options? I think it depends on a lot of factors such as age and social status or even politeness. But I think I'm going to choose argument. So she was saying that maybe this the factor to select which one to use might depend on distance and formality. So the more distant or the more formal the speaker would feel toward the listener, then probably the more upper level along this scale may be used. And remember that these two are now nowadays are outdated and so not used anymore. Maybe in some kind of historical dramas, if you watch historical dramas, then you may be able to see them used quite often actually. Nowadays, these four are commonly used one, and so the four levels. And but the thing is that you just have to know when to use each of these correctly, but also at the same time, there are a lot of shifts among these even four commonly used ones. So you just have to recognize when to use the typical speech style, but also at the same time, you have to know when the downshift from the formal style to plain style or upshift should happen. And it's important for learners of Korean to recognize those as well. So again, as a relationship with other people changes, you may be able to use a different. You may be able to say you may select a different style, and so across time and with other people and in a different setting, with a different environment, and even toward the same person, you may use a select a different one. And conversely, the same person may be spoken to with different styles depending on who the speaker is. And so it's really important to recognize when to use which one at the right time and place and to the right person. And so you can see how complicated this is. I mean, to use these speech styles and address terms correctly. And so we need really complicated context and speaker roles to be able to use them correctly. And also because of it, it's really hard to teach in class about which one to select typically, and then when those shifts happen, and then which terms to use, especially for a non-native speaker. It's going to be really hard. And so here come K-dramas. So it's not surprising to think that, okay, dramas can provide really authentic, rich context for all of this. And so fortunately to us, during the COVID time, a lot of K-drama, Netflix started to stream a lot of K-dramas, even to the extent that they have a separate category for K-drama. So I'm gonna skip some of these because all of these are showing that, okay, which one is good for, my purposes. So in terms of the format, about how to use a Korean drama, I mean, previous studies used a couple of different ways. So some of the studies used just clips, and other studies used just the entire script in class. And I think none of this is appropriate for my purposes because just using short clips from a drama If you do that, then it's kind of hard to show why certain shift in style happens and why a specific speaker has to select that style. So it does not provide enough context to for those selections. And also, some of them use just debate in class, but I think that was not appropriate either because my students were not that proficient in the language, and so it's hard to make them have debate in class. And so I just decided to use the entire episodes of one drama and then created an assignment, created a set of assignments, kind of 8 weekly assignments that are asking questions about these speech styles and these address terms. So I don't know how I stumbled on this, but it was available on Netflix, and so I was using. So it was not one of the Tepak dramas, by the way. So it was not that popular, but I really liked it. And so when I was watching episode 2, it just reminded me of a news article that said that one Korean IT company actually decided to use English names in their workplace. And I think it was going on for a while, but now I think they went back to the other way. So just using name thing along with the names. So at first, when I read it, the article, I thought it was odd, but then considering all of those complex natures of address terms and what Gus Hiddink had to experience in Korea, I thought, why not? So, and then as I watching more episodes, it turns out that it has a lot of potential because there are many interesting and fun expressions, not just about speech styles or address terms, but a lot of cultural aspects and expressions in this drama. So I think it's important to provide you some background on this drama just to make it relevant to our discussions of speech styles and address terms. So the drama showed two IT companies with a contrasting workplace culture. So Unicorn, it's a more hierarchical setting, and so it's not surprising that they use different speech styles according to ranks among their employees and like position names and name thing. But Paro is a less hierarchical, so they try to do that by just using one same level with everybody and to everybody. And also they use just English name, just like the real IT company in Korea that exists. So English names, and so they don't have to worry about this position title names, and then like that. So these are the main characters, the top ones. So those three are the three female main characters, and then with their partners. And then so Tami, so she moved from the previous more hierarchical company to Paro, where everybody uses English names. And so here, all the employees are using English names, even the CEO, Brian. And now, among these three main characters, they just went through a lot of changes in terms of their relationship with each other. And so, for example, Petami and Song Ga-kyung, so they started really close and then became hostile to each other and then finally became more friendly again. So when they had a good relationship. So Song Ga-kyung is Betami's mentor at work, and so when their relationship was good, she used all the, they felt comfortable enough to joke about each other, and then Betami used all the honorific style ending and also call Ga-kyung like senior Ga-kyung a rank term instead of just calling her by first name. But then when the relationship went bad, so Betami was really angry and then had to confront Song Ga-kyung in at some point. And so here although Song Ga-kyung was Betami's mentor and also 1 year old, but then this is the actual line. She said, 지랄하지마, Song Ga-kyung, probably something that you will never use toward your older or your senior at work. And more interesting cases involve, the relationship between Petami and Taehyun. They first started off as formal because they didn't know each other, but then they became hostile as they uh, so they became hostile, and then finally they became friends as well. So Petami and Chayan had different views on many things related to their work, and so Chayan had to confront Petami as in this scene, and then here she just dropped all the honorific endings and also used the non-honorific second person pronoun no here. But then, as they went through a lot of crises together at work, she finally opened up to Petami. And then now she's just going back to polite style, and then even use the kinship term like this only. Probably something that you would use only toward someone you feel close to. And also there are a lot of interesting ideas and or topics. Some are related only to the Korean context, so Google Map and privacy, and then manipulations of real-time search words and side word, things like that. Or like, something that you can debate about. So like there are not only in Korea, but also here as well. There are controversies on food, like pineapple pizza. Who likes pineapple pizza and things like that? And so for deeper or poorer, so students are introduced to these kind of expressions or concepts as well. So 어장관리, 양다리, and all 띠동갑 as well. So my target students were second and third year students during COVID. So I tried this for 2 different semesters. So first during the COVID and the other after COVID. And so during the COVID, it was an online classes. And so all those classes went online. And because of that, we have fewer class hours. So normally it's 4 hours weekly, but then during the COVID, we had only 3 class hours. And so this assignment was a separate component for 2020, but then for the 2023, it was just part of weekly review homework. So students had to spend more time for less mark, for example, for 23. And also in Canada, there are only 12 weeks per semester. And each drama, usually Korean drama has like 16 episodes. And so because of that, I had 2 episodes per week, and the entire assignment lasted for 8 weeks. And so students had to watch 2 episodes every week, and they had to answer the questions. And questions are specifically about honorifics, and also there are some questions about some cultural aspects as well. And so this is the actual assignment sheet that I gave to my students. And so the blue ones from now on are all about address terms or speech styles. And then the green ones are about, cultural expressions or cultural phenomena. So I always included pictures so the students know which one they have to pay attention to. And so here in this specific question, I asked which kind of style each of these pairs use toward each other. So most of them are from Unicorn, the more hierarchical one. And so I wanted students to recognize that, okay, here at this setting, in this environment, they probably speakers may have to use more polite ending, and also have to use address terms that reflect that. So this is the actual student answer. And then students were able to get them quite okay. But then I think the subtitles also helped a lot, because they can use subtitles, although they have to just watch again and again to find the actual terms correctly. So that was not really good, as we can see some of the students' feedback later. But anyways, at least they were able to find things like that correctly. Now, so for here, I asked about English names, why those English names are used in one of these workplaces. And actually, students were quite all right to see the significance or the meaning of English name used there. And the third one didn't have any questions about speech styles or address terms, but just had only expressions on like this, like that. And then this one specifically is about you and address terms. And so how, what kind of expression is used to mean you in English and the other way around. And so, usually things are lost in translation. And so I wanted to see if they can recognize that in their watching. And then toward the latter half of the drama, people began to switch in their honorific styles because, they got close to each other and they went through a lot of relationship changes. And so I asked about those switch in honorific styles and when that happened and why that happened. And so this is the actual one of the students' responses. And then all the things with the red line means that they were getting things correctly there. And then likewise, the same thing here as well. And similar things there. And then finally, the last assignment. For the last assignment, I gave some summative questions. So like when to use a specific honorific style, when to switch to a different style, what causes the switch. And I was quite impressed that we, even without discussing in class or even without being introduced to this concept, so some of the students were really good at identifying, factors that control the use of the selection of which style to use. So like age, social status, environment, psychological distance. So personally, I think the questions about you and address terms, I think those are harder because unless you know the alternative terms for that, you just have to repeatedly watch the drama to just find the correct terms for this. And so I guess many complaints came from on about this thing. So for students' feedback, I think they enjoyed this drama a lot, and also they said that they learned a lot about not just about the language but also about the culture because there are a lot of interesting cultural phenomena there as well. And also, some of these can be used for class topic of class debates as well. And I think because I just, gave a specific question about something, and they had to research on them, and so they were able to see that okay, without the question, I would not be paying attention to this, but then with the questions, I was able to find something on those. And as I said, it's a time consuming because you just have to watch two dramas weekly. And especially, during the COVID, it was okay. But then after the COVID, I found students were busier. And during the COVID, they stayed at home. So maybe they had more time to watch the drama. But then after the COVID, everything changed again. And so I think it was time consuming. And also, as I said before, it was hard to locate the actual terms that they have to find. And so overall, I think the assignment, I think students enjoyed it. And then they said they just learned a lot about the language and then also the culture. and like the similar things. And so I guess in summary, the drama provided good context for talking about address terms, honorific styles, and changes in honorific styles. And there are each episode contains really interesting topics and current issues and cultural phenomena. And I thought that, storyline was complex and interesting to my taste, but it may not be true for everybody. So again, this format, I think this format provided effective materials for self-studies. Just students, if you want to watch them and then to learn more about these topic, speech styles and address terms, then I think this format provided good materials for that kind of self-study, and also it provided authentic context for target structure. So when to use a specific speech style and when shifts happen and things like that. And also it provided a diverse cultural phenomena, social issues to talk about. And from this, I think it provided positive learning experience to learn linguistic and cultural aspect. Although I have to say, again, it's a little bit time consuming. If you want to study it alone, then that's fine. But if you want to use it for class, then I think you may have to change something. So that's it for my talk, and 감사합니다.
Very much. It was very interesting and very intriguing topic. Could we open the floor up for questions? Is anyone all the way in the back?
About that, how do you address the second person like you? You listed a lot. I just wonder because with the Chinese background, I watch a lot of Korea drama, and I heard a lot of familiar words like that, but I couldn't figure out specific like this. You talk about that Tang Tang, is that the correct way to address?
당신, yes. Yeah.
And n or ni?
No.
No,
No.
okay.
Yeah,
So
nothing.
is there because I tried to search to see okay what can because like Japanese I can read that because they have used a lot of Chinese characters, but Korea I couldn't find any. So is there a way to figure that out?
Is there
Some method to figure out because if I could understand the origin of this, probably the origin some Chinese agent that then I could get a better understanding about it. Because Korea and Japan they got a lot of they are more Asian Chinese than Chinese today.
So we do have native Korean words, not just Korean-based words. And so for that, you just have to learn them. You have to memorize them. And if you're asking about when to use 당신 and no, again, as I said, it's really 당신 thing is really
Is equivalent to the Japanese word sang.
상. Yeah, sang. Nim. So sang corresponds to more nim, and 당신. I mean, literally means you, but the thing is, you need to have very complicated context where using 당신 is appropriate. Again, as I said, it's usually used between couples. That's totally okay. But if you use it toward the wrong person, then it may sound really rude as well toward the strangers. So.
Add that to that question, like no is like native Korean word, is similar to Chinese ni. Yeah, but 당신 is a Sino-Korean word, so it is like the person, like 당신. So it's like the person. So it can be used as a second person pronoun, or it can be third person pronoun too, depending on the context. So yeah, it's a little bit different from like the Japanese what the
상.
Yeah, it's like we have another like suffix to express that kind of meaning. So a totally different kind of thing. Yeah.
I think over there, yeah.
Um, okay, so first, I just wanted to comment about your introduction with your name, because my mom's name is Young Soon, and my aunt's name is Young Sun. So they joke a lot. And since my mom works as an English teacher back in Korea, she always jokes with her name a lot too. And my question was about the term "hyung" is usually used for younger men to call their like older brother or their
형?
yeah.
Yes.
But you know, in the real life context, a lot of women also call their older woman 형님 nowadays.
I think it's used toward your someone who is related to you by marriage. So, for example,
Yeah. So it's usually used when you're like you to your husband's older brother's wife. That's like the traditional way of using it. But nowadays they actually just even if you go to church and you join
yeah,
a similar group and
yeah,
there's someone older than you,
yeah.
you just call them 형님. I just wanted to know if people that are not really native to Korean actually understand the context behind it, or is it just a Korean thing?
I think 언니 sounds more casual, and also I think the speaker feels closer to the listener. When 형님, when you use it toward female and older person, and that's what I think. It sounds a little bit more formal, I think.
Yeah, because there was actually a joke in Korean back around 10 years ago. I mean, I'm not really sure how to say 조폭 in English. Should I say mafia or
조폭, you
yeah?
mean? Yeah, gangster.
Yeah, okay. So
yeah, yeah,
there was
yeah.
this joke that three things that middle-aged women and gangsters have in common. One, they always go in groups. Two, they always wear black. And three, they always call someone older than them 형님. So I was just wondering if this kind of
Yeah.
context is also well known for Korean learners.
Uh, yeah, I think. I mean, as I said, 형님 sounds more, formal. And then if I feel really close to someone, I would just use 언니. But after college, and if you go into the society, and then if you got to know some person there, then I feel like using 언니 is, I don't feel really comfortable using 언니 toward someone older than me. And also, it also depends on the age of the speaker. So as you age older, then I think more older people tend to use 형님 instead of 언니. Do you think so as well? Yeah, so that's what I thought.
Yeah, I mean, if I could add some comment to it, I think some of the address terms and the speech styles come with age. So, like for example, the blunt speech style, which is which is not very commonly used these days, are still used as limited as they may be by like middle-aged or older male people. So, like for example, my husband's friends, their age group, they used to just use like ni or ya ending or ta ending. But then as they get older in the text, they no longer use like ni question. They use like ne or na question more to sort of show this respect towards their age group friends who are old. So who are getting older. So I think some of these I guess speech styles and also address terms you sort of learn to use them as you get older because you feel like they're more appropriate at their age. Yes, I think 형님 is one of those. So, instead of using 언니, you use more 형님 towards people that you've become friends or become acquainted at the later, older age to show more, I guess, respect for some, yeah, for their age, I think.
I want to add about considering like social status. When I watch the drama, then if it's a high class lady, they call it like Kim Yasa, or people older than them, 사모님. So they don't say 형님.
I think there's like this big hierarchical gap that
Yeah.
you cannot use.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just wanted to thank you for your presentation and the method that you taught to your students about learning speech styles in Korean dramas, because that's how I learn a lot of Korean, especially learning colloquial expressions. But if it is time consuming, and I know it is, what would you change about the activity you're teaching your students?
So maybe I have to use just have to let them watch just one episode weekly. I think that's manageable, and especially here in the US, you have 15 or 16 weeks, whereas in Canada there are only 12 weeks per semester. So that's why I had to just have 2 episodes weekly. But I think it's really, as I said, it's really important to watch the whole drama just to be able to see, the style changes and things like that. So I wouldn't change that.
Yeah, I think this is an excellent activity for receptive learning of Korean, as well as cultural learning, which is integral to use and study of the language. I'm wondering how you can make it applicable to productive use of the language. As a non-native speaker of Korean, the thing that I probably struggle with the most is pragmatics, and address how you address someone is a big part of that, because I don't know, I've noticed since I've been in Korea within the course of 10 years that it seems that there are subtle changes, and with address specifically, she seemed to used to be something that you would say towards anyone like Mr. or Mrs., but now I get a sense that it's more appropriate for someone who's a hubei but still an adult. And on the other hand, Nim, that's in the university setting, that's something that I've heard and I've witnessed, but also heard directly from people that it's appropriate for people who are in various positions, such as staff or professor, and that if you just dress someone just because they have a PhD as baksanim in a non-formal setting, just in a like daily interaction, it can sound hierarchical. And so I'm just wondering if that is more, in addition to my first question, do you think this is more just generational change, or is it because I'm in perhaps a different step of life than I was before? And so,
I think about 선생님 thing, I think nowadays it's being used as a more general term referred to the second person pronoun. So as I said, because we cannot use 당신 or 너 correctly in many cases, so you're answering the phone and then you have to use you in the conversation, but you cannot use 당신 or anything. So in place of 당신 there, people just are starting to use, more people are starting to use 선생님 just to refer
is
to.
that what she used to be, or do you think?
No,
Okay.
I think is a different. So as you said, it's to, if you use it towards older people, it sounds rude. So like for example, when we were in grad school, so someone who was 10 years younger than my husband called my husband Wonjun with she, Wonjun she. I was really shocked to hear, she used she. So she's used only between like, about the same age or at maximum 1 or 2 year age difference, I would say. So to Hubei, that's okay because younger people, it's totally okay. But then only 1 or 2 age difference, I think people use appropriately, proceeds being used appropriately. And for your other questions,
First question, how do you make that bridge between
yeah,
knowledge, receptive knowledge of it, and
yeah. So again, as I said, it's quite complex to create the authentic context where each of these terms is used correctly. And so that's why I just recommend watching a lot of dramas. I mean, you cannot be in every kind of possible situation. You cannot visit Korea, every day or things like that. So probably you will get the most from watching dramas or maybe just to get engaged with Korean speaking people more, I guess.
Write scripts. Or that's not.
Oh, script? Oh, yeah, scripts are okay. But I mean, I think probably watching dramas is less boring, I guess.
Can I piggyback to that? So I'm sure a lot of Korean language teachers do this, or any language teachers, but I always give a lot of role playing assignments. So, for example, like the assignment, I give like 5, 6 per semester, and I give them a situation like, oh, you met each other for the first time, and then ask each other how old they are, and then be like, oh, can I use 반말 놔도 돼요? Or like, no, you have to call me 언니 or something like that. I will just include them in the assignment so they can use them in the classroom setting or like actual situation. So a lot of the role plays will help understanding the context.
Yeah,
Or they
when I,
will do job interview, for example.
yeah, true.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have 1 more minute left. I don't see any questions in the Q&A box here, so maybe we could have one more question from the floor. Oh, over there in the back.
Two things. First of all, uh, using like English names, or at some point, some companies started to use initials because that's less offending, and sort of that practice is only attack the first half of the difficulty of addressing others, because yes, you can use English, Jennifer, but then your ending has to indicate still what kind of level of distance or respect or that. So I don't think it really solves the problem. I mean, at least, you can overcome the problem of address
So
terms.
half of the problem.
Yeah, and I noticed that in criminal dramas these days, even the suspects are treated as 선생님. I mean, I can understand it because there's a lot of mean one, and it's really difficult for any civil servants or the police officers to deal with because they cannot say yeah or something. So these days they have to have this facade. And then the second is that about the pedagogy of teaching this, and I am of the opinion where, as a native speaker, sort of brought up at a certain period in Korean uh, kind of time, as well as sort of living long in the States and all because of my identity, I have certain ways of using certain address terms. And I don't think we can have them role play or teach them, oh, please use this because this is more appropriate. I mean, I don't think there's I mean, of course, there's inappropriate addresses, but there's a lot of learner agencies involved here, so learners can decide. As long as also when they go to Korea, they will learn how to address certain people. So I said, to be more polite then, better than to be more casual. So I say, don't call anybody 언니 unless, don't do that. Period.
I don't think we can dictate the rules.
Yes.
It's up to a certain point.
Even if you see on the drama, that's not what you do. So I don't think that kind of, as a classroom exercise, you can be a kind of observer of the customs, but whatever you decide to be as a speaker of Korean, it's up to you, really.
Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Um, one of the presenters liked the Asian food that he could not reach access in his hometown. Um, it, uh, we started a little earlier, like 30 minutes earlier, because we want to have this session from Korea. And let me introduce um, let me introduce the our presenter, Jian Higher. Do I pronounce your name correct?
Yes. Thank you.
Sorry for the technical problems. Um, June Kyer is the YBMKF professor of Korean linguistics at the University of Oxford. She widely publishes on Korean linguistics, translanguaging, and the linguistic influence of Korean popular culture across global boundaries. And she also serves as a Korean consultant for the Oxford English Dictionary that Dr. Yoon introduced us. Please welcome Dr. Kaya.
So I want to talk about today my experience, particularly working with Oxford English Dictionary and the impact of K-pop in pedagogical situation setting. Let me share my slide today. Look at the K-pop, the language of Hallyu, and in a way, I think the K-pop is something the fandoms and really enjoy the song, but at the same time, by listening and singing the songs, they also able to learn the language. It's very hard to tear apart the linguistic element from the song, and also the K-pop brings new challenge because in a way K-pop isn't about Korean language. In fact, more and more K-pop songs actually show interesting translanguaging phenomena between Korean and English together. Yeah, I think it's sort of really gives us new insight for linguistic development and innovation. And so when I think about sort of language of Hallyu, think also language of K-pop, we cannot kind of give them identity of Korean or English, but it also shows kind of perhaps the future of our language, how different language, particularly Korean and English, could coexist, could be able to complement each other in the sort of in our new generation. But it's interesting. I think nobody would deny it is the impact of K-pop and Korean language and the growth of Korean language. I worked with the Department of Education in UK last year, and what we found is that all many languages. I mean, it's hard to study language, and particularly it takes a lot of effort and time. And in the AI age, people kind of ask me question, why do we have to learn language? You can just use AI, not learning the language. So it's kind of very much in terms of language learning perspective, it's demotivating. However, Korean language learners are growing, and also not only just new learners, but also I wrote a new book last year about fandom language learning, and what was very interesting was that not only they kind of motivated to learn language because of songs, and in fact K-pop song is not all about Korean, but still the K-pop song helps them to learn the language, introduce them to new language, Korean. Also, it sustains them to keep going. So what we found is that in fact, languages like French, half were French applicants in the exam for university were halved last 20 years. Same with German in many languages, but Korean language, interestingly, were growing and also becoming more popular. So I think it's again, nobody doubts. Of course, there's some drama fandom, and it's maybe another time we can talk about drama fandom, but K-pop and K-drama fandom, not exactly the same group, but they are actually the people who had curiosity with language and studied the Korean language. What we found interesting was that it's not like the initial stage they learn, but also they had their own sustaining effort, and I was very interested in the sustainability of language learners. They're motivated by K-pop, and maybe all of you already have talked about this. I'm sorry again to join only now. I'm One of the things that I work also, I'm a Korean consultant for Oxford English Dictionary. So in about 3 years ago, yeah, 4 years ago, OED had 26 words, and these new words into Korean words into English OED. The characteristics of OED that once you enter the OED, you even if you don't use the word, they will never take them away. So they are there in perpetuity. What is interesting is that, those words like 언니, 오빠, or, 형, 누나. Now in English, we have 언니, 누나, 형, 오빠, or 막내 even this year. And these words actually are now in the dictionary, meaning that, when you use these words, you don't need to explain. You don't need to italicize. You can use these words as they are in English language, which is really, interesting, given that English language doesn't have many. English doesn't have, those address terms or, terms of address, because in English we call each other through first names. But in a way, it's, English kind of expanding its scope through this word, and we can ask how this word can enter Oxford English Dictionary, and also what forms are used, and it's because the impact is huge. For example, when we look at when you think about the Hangang's the first novel, like Vegetarian, there were also a lot of address terms, and it was very challenging how to do address terms, whether to translate or transliterate, or how to do these so many address terms. They could be quite confusing to readers or learners. In the case of Vegetarian, Deborah used to translate terms like rather than these Korean words or transliterated forms. But now when you pick up Hangang's most recent book, like We Do Not Depart, you can see that all these address terms, not italicized, but they are there as they are. And I think that's a huge change last 10 years. But how we can ask how these words enter into Oxford English Dictionary, and these words, of course, popularized through K-pop and also K-drama, because these address terms, how you call each other, very often you find from the songs, K-pop songs or drama, of course, and also fandom community. I'm very interested in fandom community in the way how they interact. I don't have the example today, but for example, I'm looking at the fandom community, and the fandom community, in a way, they enjoy so much, and so much they put their effort, and they're very interested in linguistic phenomena that findings that they find that K-pop represent. For example, in a song, the nature of song, you had a lot of words that described sound, emotion, and these words maybe perhaps in the past they would not have been translated, or they would have been just dropped. But fandoms, fans always think about the meaning. What does this mean? And one word that come up to my mind is a word like sobok sobok, or excuse me. Uh, Maybe perhaps in the past people may have said thought this is difficult word to translate. There's no word in English to translate sobok sobok, so may have been ignored. But if BTS talks about sobok sobok, the people BTS fandoms kind of really engage with the meaning of sobok sobok. And if there's no words that can represent sobok sobok, they kind of pick that word sobok sobok as an English word. So this is kind of really interesting phenomena that those people who coin the words, who spread words of words, are the fandoms, and also they engage with the meanings. So sometimes the meaning of the words are very different from the way how these words are used in Korean language. For example, oppa. Oppa has different meanings. The meaning in oppa in Korean language is very much hierarchy, the age sensitive term. But in English, when oppa is used in English, There's one meaning which could be age sensitive, but there's another meaning that is age not sensitive to age. So in a way, actually, K-pop fandoms are really great innovators and working between and beyond the languages. And 2021, the K-pop Twitter. So not talking about in general K fandoms, but K-pop Twitter fandom, they generated about 7.8 billion tweets. Can you imagine that this is, the population of the global population, close to the number of global population. And so, when we had so much data to see what are the words that are frequently used. And it's still, given that the drama fandom and K-pop fandom, I mean, perhaps another opportunity I want to talk about, but they're very much like interacting and not necessarily the same group, but linguistically they're kind of interconnected. But anyway, 7.8 billion tweets, a big, really database, and kind of looking at when I look at the words that appear most or frequently talked about, they're mostly two-syllable words and the words that related to the relational dynamic, Korean relational dynamics like oppa, 언니, and so on, 막내, and many other words. In fact, we included the 26 words, but there were so many words, and the fandoms also coin a new term all the time, very dynamic in the way they work with language. And the way how, those words enter into English language, not necessarily, for example, Romanization, not necessarily how Korean national, standard Korean language or, National Institute of Korean Language would determine or prescribe, but simply the word, how the fandoms use, that is the basis. For example, like, also there are some words that, even not included in Korean dictionary could go into Oxford English Dictionary. For example, the words like 먹방 or 치맥, these words, also drama coined, and sometimes also the K-pop coined, not necessarily K-pop song, but K-pop, idols often vlog or like they do some YouTube, and then fandoms pick up some more. So these are all kind of very much like embedded within the K-pop genre. But these words like 먹방 or 치맥, these words not romanized in the form that Koreans use, but all the time we already pick up the forms that fandoms decide, or in other words, the frequency. So as you know, in English, have the spelling of EO in a sequence is very rare. So, the O sound, which is very prominent in Korean language, often rather than becomes EO spelling, but we end up at like UN, 언니, and so on. So these words that used either K-pop's in lyrics or in a vlog or different social media of the K-pop fan or idols entered in Oxford English Dictionary. And interestingly, 먹방 or 치맥, these words are not in Korean language dictionary. So we can think about, what are these words? This year, only a few months ago, we included words like 달고나. Of course, 달고나 is more as not K-pop, but K-drama words. But again, when people wouldn't, question why dalgona is just because of Squid Game. The frequency is, enormous and afterwards. But many Korean people wouldn't know what dalgona really, it would be hard to define what dalgona is. So fans are very much, linguistic innovators, and they kind of enjoy talking about the world's language, and the use, meaning, forms all the time. They engage with these things. So I became quite interested in this fandom's discussion and talk. And I mean, we talk about fandom K-pop, but drama, it's all kind of also, they are in a way interacting the two fandoms. But K-drama fandoms recently, 60% of Netflix viewers watch Korean drama, and of course we know that the more Korean drama means more Korean language learning. And now you can even learn Korean language through particular Korean drama, fastest growing Asian language throughout. I did, as I said, excuse me, did some work with the Department of Education, UK government last year. I found a really interesting phenomena where, excuse me, the kids like they're sort of motivated to learn Korean through the K-pop is at very much center of their language learning motivation, as well as K-drama. But K-pop still interesting in one sense that why they wanted the language, when the language learning is it's not easy. English also they're not unlike America. We in UK not many heritage learners. Why this happens, and it was very interesting. And I think it's sort of the more the song, instead of the genre of song, is so much I think clue linked to linguistic curiosity. It brings more makes you want to know more about the language, that instead of just singing the lyrics, kind of it brings more interest in the language itself. But it was interesting in the K-pop, K-culture, how it motivates them to learn. And also interestingly, there's some students, some pupils who are not necessarily K-pop fans but wanted to learn language. And I kind of say in another publication, K-fantasy. I mean, they had some kind of fantasy that there's something good thing there, or the K-pop and drama kind of create some cultural curiosity and more beyond some kind of fantasy. And one young pupil said that he want to live in Korea and want to know more about this Korean culture. And I think this is not very new. It's I think what we see around the globe. Fandoms grew so much last 10 years. It massively grew around the world. Maybe you look at particularly Central Asia, Southeast Asia, South Asia, or South America, Africa, like the places, it grows so much global, and young people, of course, English becomes, it is the lingua franca, but somehow I also see, these fandoms, the new generation, the way how they interact, use both Korean and English through their medium of K-pop. I think it's very, very interesting. And somehow I also, K-pop, where K-pop, the power of K-pop also, I think it's in its community building and solidarity. And I'm kind of coining a new word like life, whether, K-pop is, the K-pop language, the not Korean, the language of K-pop itself, whether it's, earning a new status as a almost lifestyle language. And this is the term that I coined, but also last year I had an opportunity to work with the composer Kim Young-seok, and I'm still working with him. And one of the things that we found really interesting is, particularly for young people, we interviewed one student who was Ukrainian, is a refugee from Ukraine. And for him, K-pop wasn't just about the song, but it gave him, identity and sort of sense of belonging. I was quite touched that in a way the language of K-pop wasn't just about learning Korean, but it brought young people together. And I think it's also, you know, something that we can kind of look at as interpret language as something beyond what the skills or techniques, but in a way the core function of language brings people together. And I am interested in this, the language of K-pop and its ability and capacity to build the community and bring solidarity for young people. But anyway, this activity and altogether for solidarity also ends up and brings them to the road of learning Korean language. And so I have I worked with the Alfred Law about this fandom language learning, and you know, this in this publication that came out early this year, I was wanted to find out, you know, what motivates first fandom language fandom's learning, but also what sustains fandom's learning. Sorry, I'm speaking too much, so I'll finish soon. But you know, this I think is something that K-pop teaches us about the future of language pedagogy. That whatever we have is not about, you know, learning language in a way, you know, in very traditional or more study, you know, in more sort of learning in a traditional way. But you know, I think for young people, the fandom language learning seems to be a future, you know, something that they like, but also not like individually you like, but to be a part of community. I think that is very important change compared to what we have experienced in the past. And these are the words like, yeah, as I said, the linguistic impact of OED is huge because OED accept these words as, you know, English words, that also these words will be used as, you know, they have English identity as well as Hallyu language, you know, K-pop identity, so they can go into the other languages. But not necessarily I call them Korean words, but they kind of words that born in the, you know, in this Korean wave, you know, through this particular time when Korean culture is globally popularized. But this word and, you know, dalgona, so on, tteokbokki. This year I put tteokbokki, this food word. So, so okay. So I think, you know, linguistic impact is huge when we think about, you know, these words. Food words maybe perhaps more to do with the drama, but also these words are used very frequently in the fandom's community. So I think it's sort of, I couldn't call them fandom's words, and fandom as a translator, fandom as innovators, fandom who bridges the languages, build the culture, and help them people to, you know, enjoy, bring real enjoyment to language learning. So I think that's maybe the future of our the future of our language learning, and brings the future perspective, you know, picture for linguistic pedagogy. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I went out too much, but I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we have just very quick Q&A session? One question, two. Oh. Yeah, this is not the question. So, yeah, I have a quick question. We had a discussion about the spelling oh, in the previous session. Then was there any was the did you get any opinion from the government when you listed the words on the OED? The mukbang, for example, the MU or MEO.
I receive a lot of complaints from many people. So still people write to me. It's not, I want to say it's not me who decides how to put this into the dictionary. Or some people say to me like, this is not the right word. Why did you put word like mukbang into Oxford English Dictionary? But they are fandoms. I think people kind of have to really realize it's not like what we think that deserve, you know, it's not about our representation of Korean culture. These are actually the words that somehow the fandoms use a lot. The frequency is very much the first criteria of OED. And you know, why mukbang? Because so many 7.8 billion tweets, you can see, you know, these are the words that used a lot and in different contexts, developing, the yeah. So it's but so I explained to them that it's not me. Well, I get some complaints about, of course, romanization. This is wrong romanization, but again, it's not. OED, not only Korean language but in other languages too, because romanization is a big issue. It's not about how the government decides one or the other, but basically simply how people, learners, fandoms, viewers, readers perceive the sounds and romanize, and that is the only a way to decide. This is the only way that they can enter into OED.
Like that reminds me of the that when I was a graduate student, my teacher said that linguists cannot decide the languages or grammars.
Yeah.
Just describe what they say. So we just wait until they.
Yeah.
That's what we do. I thank you very much, and please, Ken. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, let's move on to the true afternoon session. Next speaker came from the local DMV area. DMV does not mean, it means the DC, Maryland, and Virginia for some people who are confused. And um, Dr. Jie Moon is assistant professor of Korean in the Department of Modern and Classical Language at George Mason University, and she has been committed to building the very strong, one of the largest BA program in the US. And she now serves as an inaugural faculty fellow to bridge the gap between curriculum and career for student access at the university. And she reviewed Epic Korean textbook series. You may be familiar with that. And then she's the lead author of Topics in Korean Language and Culture. Please welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would first like to thank GWIK's faculty and staff for hosting this meaningful event, and also all of you who are staying here with us until the afternoon from Zoom and also in person. So my name is Ji-Hae Moon, and I'm teaching Korean translation and linguistics at George Mason University. Okay, so my name is, I think it's the other way. Oh, it is the same. Yes, my name is Ji-Hae Moon. So we currently have about 80 students who are pursuing Korean studies at the university, and many of whom aspire to be literary translators. And they have this great passion and interest in translation, which is really phenomenal. And we're gonna be offering MA in Korean starting next year, and with 2 tracks, cultural studies and translation. So I hope that many of you will be, especially your students, will be interested in this topic. So today's studies is about engaging learners in culture translation through Korean pop culture as source texts. So how did I get interested in this topic? First of all, if you're a Korean language educator, you're aware of this, but there was a long stigma on utilizing translation as a pedagogical tool due to the grammar translation method. It's like an old way of learning foreign language. So it has been stigmatized for a long time. But recently, translation is getting a renewed attention everywhere in many different fields, not limited to foreign language. And why is that? Is students are really engaged in analyzing the texts in the cultural context. And I thought, why? By the way, our program is within the Department of Modern and Classical Languages. And we have translation courses in Spanish, French, Arabic, Chinese, all different languages. But the Korean translation course is like really popular. And I wondered what makes our language translation so popular. And what that really distinguish Korean from other languages, that our source text, imagine, what are we translating? Our source texts, we have such diverse cultural contents. They're so rich in culture information. For instance, for the past 6 years, I've been teaching in different topics: media, news, commercial, webtoon, drama, film, K-pop. and even folk song, folk tale, and modern and classical poetry. So students are truly, first of all, really motivated because these are all something they're really truly, interested in. And also these days, a lot of students, share that they have experience contributing, donating their translation. So this is something really unique. I grew up in Japan, and I was kind of jealous that Japanese J-pop anime got so popular, and the fan subbing was a big culture, and I didn't even dream that one day it's gonna happen for Korean culture. But there are so many fans, whether they're learners or not, they're engaged, they're active agents and contributor of the translation. And we'll also talk about if you're a Korean language educator, you will know that utilizing authentic text become really widely popularized these days. And if you're students, you also have experience like having your professors showing authentic, media clips or conversation to help you learn Korean. But many times, as a teacher and professor myself, this real life example of language use in the cultural context is really valuable, but we don't get to spend enough time analyzing them in class. And it is not sufficiently linked to learners' intercultural communication that we really place emphasis on these days. So I try to propose a model to teach translation that really better enhance students' intercultural communication. And one thing that I think some of the speakers already mentioned today was um, translanguaging. So these days we no longer say code switching. Code is more like discrete, like code languages, but translanguaging, like more fluid, dynamic use of multiple languages, is encouraged in not in your language classrooms. I'm sure a lot of you have a professor who say don't speak like English, right? But in translation course, we have students who are native in Korean, native in English, or native in Spanish, and we just constantly mix our languages. And even myself who teach the course, I would say the sentence in Korean with English lexicon, English sentence Korean, whenever I feel it is more persuasive and it is more effective to deliver my message. So this practice of translanguaging is really beneficial because one of the major concern of Korean language educator, how do we differentiate? We have students who are heritage, who are not heritage, who have a huge variation in proficiency. But that concern just evaporated in my translation classes because everybody has a very insightful perspectives. They have their own individual rich linguistic repertoires that they bring to this translation class. So if you observe my class, like you hear all the languages, while they're discussing to solve the translation problems, including myself. So here are some of the things that we're going over today. So Korean pop culture, we're gonna see it as a source text for translation. And we are going to think about, this is a really important question, especially at current political climate, what it means to translate Korean into English as a lingua franca. Translation as a linguistic and cultural process, we're gonna redefine translation. And how does that mean? So how does it contribute to our students learning a foreign language? How does it enhance intercultural communication? So first, there are many ways that the K-pop fans contribute these days, but I don't know if you know this. Would you mind raise your hand? Color-coded lyrics. Yeah, my students just love it. So what it is that can you tell why they color code? First of all, why they color code? What is this color code for? I think you raise your hands. Right, the members I don't even know the names, and it really matters to them whose part is who. So even if you don't really speak Korean fluently, you still can color code. Now you can contribute your translation. Of course, they censor if it's not good, they do quality control, right? But still, they're so proud, that I can contribute with my translation. Now, drama. I'm a more fan of K-drama, so I love this place, Viki. Viki is such a systematic way for the fan subbing. So if you don't know Korean, you can start with segmenting job, and then you do a translator, and about group of 20, 30 people translate one episode. And then later, if you are really, really good, you get this special status called Q qualified contributor, and you get a lot of credits. But if you analyze the discourse on social media or YouTube, people criticize. Guess what they criticize about? Hey, you should pay them. What are cheap way to run business, crowdsourcing. The quality is not good. So the fan subbing always get this criticism of the labor issue and the quality. However, if you interview those who actually participate in this fan subbing, they just love doing it. They're so proud of their work. They love to see their translation, shared by all, international, audiences. One of the evidence is that another link, the V Live. The V Live was also a really, really hot place for like fan subbing people, but they discontinued. And guess what? People were, what are you gonna do with all that? The subtitles, and they had to come up with some way to save it by sharing the archive. So even though I get criticism, I feel like a lot of fans, they like this agency of becoming the translator of the source text that they really love. K webtoon, again, a lot of people these days, webtoon is no longer just for Korean. Webtoon could be in any languages, and they can contribute their translation. This is the hardest one because you are limited in that bubble. Yeah, so you need a lot of strategies, good strategies to translate. So if you can just do fan subbing outside of class, what's the point of teaching translation in class? So what benefits do we have? So there are a lot of studies that show how translation can enhance the learners, not just the linguistic competence, but transcultural competence and cultural textual awareness. And also it is not just the means, but an end in foreign language education. You might wonder, isn't that too exaggerated? How can translation be an end of foreign language acquisition, education? And I hope that you'll be persuaded after the end of the talk, that how important translation for not just Korean, for all foreign language education. So the current study, we're trying to address these two questions. How has the global dissemination of South Korean pop culture influenced translation practices and perspectives? And how may pedagogical translation enhance learners' intercultural communicative competence? So I brought some actual cases that we do of analysis in our class. First of all, since many of you, I believe you're new to translation, here are major terminology I'll be using. So SL refers to source language, TL, target language, and source text ST, target text TT. In this study, our source language is obviously Korean, and English will be target language. But you might be wondering, what? I'm Korean learner and my target language is Korean. That's how you interpret target language, right? However, in the field of translation, we don't go by native, we go by language A and B. And oftentimes the source language in this case will be the Korean, even if you're a Korean learner, and your target language, what you're translating into is SL. So our SL in this study will be English, right? And the meaning of text has also evolved over time. So back in the day, we were translating like a book translation. We even do even now. But these days, when you're translating like a drama, the meaning of text has evolved. So you're not just simply translating the lines, but you are attending to their gestures, their expression, and the audio visual cues on the scene. And all those multimodal texts is what you're translating. So the whole culture of translation is rapidly evolving. And here are the major definition of translation, which really influenced the major translation theories. So first of all, Edmund Carey and Catford, translations was in the realm of religion for many, many years. It started with Bible translation. And one of the major goal was to establish equivalence between ST and TT. So for hundreds of years, people are trying to pursue, how am I going to come up with equivalent? So your goal was to be really faithful to ST and find the equivalency. The Eugene Nida, well known for dynamic equivalence theory, said no, we don't care about formal equivalence, but what matters is the natural dynamic equivalence. So even though it looks different, uh, what matters is the meaning, the tone and style that are equivalent. And here's an important verb, yeah, reproduce, recreate. So people start to define translation is rewriting, reproducing, recreating the text. And Marian Lederer emphasizes that we are not simply translating a text, but integrated discourse. Yeah. And then the Hans Vermeer, this is known as Scopus theory. Now it has really shifted the trend in translation. Okay, but good. But you're still searching for equivalence, right? But equivalence less matters than the purpose of the translation. Why you're translating? So let's say you did a really, very sophisticated translation, but the text you're translating is a folk song that is supposed to be vulgar and very colloquial. Then this is not a good translation. Are you trying to entertain the audience? Are you going to sell the product? So what matters is the purpose in the target setting. So as long as you fulfill that purpose, translator have a freedom to recreate and reproduce the text. So, so here's the evolving translator status over time. Yeah, I assume that you guys know Korean, but sorry if you don't. So, before the pre-modern time, if you think about pre-modern time, there were not many people who were fluent in 2, 3 languages. So being able to translate was such a privilege, and the texts that are translated is also really valuable. So the status of translator was pretty good, right? And a lot of time it was within the religious realms. It was all about like Bible translation. And then what happened in the modern time, the Kunde is modern time, it's the colonial period, and people start to translate literature, literary works, usually in language with power, English, into language with less power. And guess what happened? So if you are translating a really well-known novel, you dare not change. It's same for the Bible. If you are not, the translator didn't have much freedom. You have to be really, really faithful to this text with a language with power. So the status of translator was a little bit, lower than the original author. And a lot of time people said, okay, here it is hiding the double talking. It says traditore, traditore. So that phrase got really popular, for meaning translation, treason. 번역은 반역이다. So why would they say translation treason? Because however you try to search for equivalence, you are not, there are untranslatable elements, and it is impossible to be faithful to the source text. For this reason, translation, the act itself is a treason. So a lot of time, the literal, faithful translation was really popular. But from the 20th century, what has changed is as the linguistics influence the field of translation. Now translation is seen as communication, and now we call it translation studies rather than translation. And here, the Web 2.0, the invention of Web 2.0 changed the way people communicate. So Web 2.0 was the beginning of the new media. And with the new media, the way people, perceive media and the communication channels have changed. And people are now, the translators are not simply translating the verbal text, but those multimodal texts. And a lot of interdisciplinary, efforts are made to understand those translation practices. And also the scope of theory also push people like to, okay, you have to reproduce text to please the target audience. However, how about now then? So let's think about some examples. So recently, the Oscar winning film, The Parasite. Does anyone know who translated The Parasite? Darcy Packett. He was really praised for his naturalizing translation. For instance, Seoul National University was translated as Oxford University, and Japaguri was translated as, anybody know? Japaguri? Ramdon, and then people praise, wow, what a great translation. But we criticize that, we critique that in our class because our students know the Korean culture. They know what Japaguri is, they know what 서울대학교 means. And we talk about how there's like a power imbalance. So let's say if the movie was actually the British movie translated into Korean, would people have had the same reception if we translated Oxford into Seoul National and then their dish into a Japanese name? So what is happening these days? People are saying it's traditore, traditore again. So even though translators have a lot of power to reproduce the text, the minority languages and voices are getting lost, invisible, and they're marginalized in this process. So it is really important for our students to understand how the translator status have changed and what it means to be a good translator. So according to Shin 2018, there are four major global flows that really impacted the study of bilingualism, including transnational migration, popular music, advertising, and the internet that made our world flat. And in post-colonial settings, so we are, when you say culture translation, we'll be talking in the framework of post-colonial setting. The global language, English as a global language is seen as a cultural capital. And globalization has made the world flat. And one of the downside of it is that it has marginalized local cultures, language, and dialects identities. So as a translator, what would be a good way to resolve? So we'll continue to think about translating Korean into English as a lingua franca in post-colonial setting. Oh, it is not showing again, so it's okay. Yeah, this we tried to fix it, but it's gone again. Okay, so the Pennycook's ideological framework is to explain the global position of English as a lingua franca, and from left to right, it becomes more conservative to liberal. And since it's not showing right, the first five are focused on the structure, power of English. So it's seeing English as like a killer language, whereas in it is okay. I can, yeah, just so. Pennycook emphasized the post-colonial performativity. How it is different is that the third space are constantly being created, and it emphasized human agency and creativity beyond the structural power of English. So this is what we try to practice in translation class. So translating Korean into English with the agency and creativity in a third space. So how do we do this? And this is the reason I'm teaching multilingualism, identity, and power this semester for all foreign language major. And we often analyze the discourse in the media and social media. And recently, English executive order making English as an official language of the US was signed. And we're analyzing this discourse where the rationale of making English an official language is at the core of unified, cohesive US strengthened by a citizenry that share one shared language. And we talk about the one nation, one language ideology behind this. But then this is the de jure. We are going towards the monolingualism, but the de facto US is really multilingual. And the policy is going to hugely impact the education. And what does it mean to translate Korean into English in this, climate? And students who are going to see the world through a mono mindset, monolingual cultural mindset. Okay, so here's the important translation that this study is based on. The Culture Translation by Homi Baba is a really well-known book, The Location of Culture. Culture translation is seen as a discursive practice. It's rewriting and refashioning the colonial discourse into individuals and opening a space for something novel, unshackled from pre-formulated stereotypes. And it's about the dialogue between two cultures, where the power dynamics are negotiated and transformed within the third space. And what does that mean in actual class? I'm going to show you. Also, Katan, in defining translation, defining culture, emphasizes that both culture and translation revolve around this concept of difference. So how you manage the difference between self and other, that is the key in translation. So is it translating from culture or for culture or translating between culture? So for many years, even today, when if you are like taking course in translation, a lot of courses emphasize learning these strategies, the varieties like domestication strategy versus foreignizing strategy. But this binary distinction is actually really making students to think in half of like one culture over another, rather than discussion, dialogue between the two cultures. So our goal is translating between culture. Even though translator always have a dilemma, I'm going to show you visually what dilemma we have. So this is the image our students often see in class. So the source language as Korean cultural framework and TL as English cultural framework. So what is the dilemma? The biggest dilemma of translator is this. I want to be faithful to the source language author, but if you're too faithful, your translation could be sometimes awkward, mistranslation or lack occur. So who's not pleased with it? The target audience. But if you want to please the target language audience and just reproduce your text, sometimes it is not faithful to the original message. So you're always in the middle. Like if I translate for Korean, or am I translating for American? But that is not the key in this class. So I don't use the word third space, but students always have to visualize the third, the virtual like translational space in their mind, where these two, the gaps, the differences are negotiated, and they constantly trying to deal with the differences, rather than it's between the culture rather than for one of the two cultures. So what are some of the problems they face? If you have experience of translation, you will sympathize that there are many culture bound terms in Korean that are untranslatable into English, and there are elements that are either lacking or less developed in one of the two languages. So whenever you have these problems, am I gonna do foreignized or domestic? That's not it. But how are you going to have the agency and creativity to solve this translation problem? Yeah, that is the major mission. So it is kind of cautious. Hey, thank you. It is kind of cautious to teach the translation strategy at the beginning of semester, because that way they're going to internalize those binary, like strategy, like foreignization and naturalization. So I kind of introduced it a little bit later. So we talked about transliteration a lot. We talked about romanization too. So this is the more important than knowing which one is target language and source language friendly. So translating between culture, and then you think about which method, which strategy would work in the case. So I'm gonna share a few examples. The first one was a media and culture class where it's a commercial selling the really most widely in Korean ramen, 신라면. It's known for really spicy flavor, and the commercial says 울려라 세 개를, or 하나에 울리는. But here, ulida, the two meanings are actually different. So what we do is students collaborate in the whole text, and then whenever they have a problem, we come and discuss together. So I color coded them. So first of all, a lot of students notice that, 울려라 세 개를, SOV, SVO, syntactic difference, they're aware of those difference. So here we see inversion, 울려라 세 개를. But a lot of time they will translate it as make the world cry. In English, the word order. But then they will now question, here 울려라 doesn't mean cry. The first one maybe cry, but this 울려라 is more like impress the world, so it's not the cry. And then there's always students who are so good at recreating the text. They comment, how about the taste of victory? Wow, what a great translation. It's so natural to American audience. But then we raise this question, but why did the original producer of this text did an inversion? Anyone? Why would you invert word order? Not 세 개를 울려라, which is grammatical, but 울려라 세 개를. To emphasize the 울려라 action verb. If that is the major intent, how could you just delete that strategy to get rid of any action verb here? So think about an action verb. Everybody think. And then one student came up with rock the world. Wow. So it has the clear meaning, the emphasize, impress the world with this taste, even though the taste, this student did try with using the taste because we are selling food, but still, again, there's no conclusion. So everybody finalized their own draft based on discussion, but it is on their decision. I'm going to show you a couple more examples. So this is a poetry. We like to do a Korean street poetry displayed in Korean Seoul Metropolitan Station. Yeah, because these examples, yeah. Okay, so yeah, because we have the discussion forum session, I can ask questions there. So this is a Seoul metro station. 한 발치 사이로 나란히 걷던 남녀. It's a really important question, especially this one happened a year ago. So literally, it means a man and women walking side by side, only a step away. 80% of students translated this way. But the question is, a man and a woman, people got really uncomfortable with this. Because at the time, it was when people were using gender pronouns. We always have 2-3 students who are LGBTQ, and they said the word men and women, is there any other way to express that? So we decided to change a couple, and then one student came up with a really naturalized, a couple walking together close to one another. But the problem is the message of this poem was that they are not a close relationship, but they're now some, in the some relationship. And then the rain comes, and then the relationship might get closer or farther away. So this one is not good enough. And then students, then what should we do? What should we do? And then we're thinking about, so who is this 남자 and 여자 in this poem? oh, maybe it's the poetic narrator. That's right. So why don't we just change the perspective? What would be a great way to say Namyo? How about you and I? So this is how it came today. You and I walk side by side, and the students goes like, "Wow, yeah, like, that's a great idea." And then, but again, it is up to individual student to finalize their draft. Okay, and then the same question like 학번, yeah, the cohort group, people who enter college in 14, how to translate issue. I'm going to share this slide with you to see what we have actually done. We translate one episode per week because we also have to analyze matching webtoon. Yeah, so one episode webtoon and drama, and then we come and discuss the problems together. And the K-pop lyrics too. So I can share what we have done in class, the lyrics case study, analyzing in class. Okay. So I will be done in 1 minute. Okay, so so intercultural sensitive model. The Bennett's model is the most popular one. So how do we respond to cultural differences? That's the major question. And from left to right, you become more open-minded towards different culture. The first three are called ethnocentric stage, where you see other culture through the lens of your culture, whereas ethno-relative is you consider your own culture as one of the many cultures. And you hope that your students will, move along the continuum really rapidly after one study abroad, but that's not the case. So the IDEA is the most widely used assessment these days based on the Bassett's model. So for my summer immersion program, I did a pre and post test. A lot of American students before study abroad will be like denial, polarization. And after 8-month immersion, they're still under polarized. I mean, the sad part is some students go back. Guess what? They had a culture shock and they even go back. So it is really hard to enhance those, intercultural mindset. And as you can see, the major key is difference. How do you deal with difference? So even though they're proficient in Korean, they lived in Korean for many years, it does not guarantee a high intercultural competence. And I believe that translation can be a really effective way to shift their framework. Okay. So this is the last slide. Okay, so the first step is we spend a crazy amount of time analyzing the source text without any filter, without any bias, without stereotype, as if you were Korean. How would you understand this text from like text type, genre, setting, background, target audience? You spend hours and hours and teaching them how to use the different kinds of dictionary, the encyclopedia. And then after that is you have to shifting your framework for someone who lived all your life as American or Korean is like almost like you have to be born again. Like it's a really, really painful process to shift your process. And we learn how to solve each problem. And it's not a linear process. You fail, you go back. It's like a cycle. And then eventually you learn to shift your perspective. And finally, the strategic framework is when you're proofreading, you're not Korean, you're not American, you're a critique. And I don't know if you recognize that image. Okay, I have a bigger one. It's a Korean Bell Garden in Nova Park. What I like about this park is this is a Nova, it's a national park. So a lot of Americans visit the park without knowing that there's a Korean element there. It's like a serendipity. They go, oh, what is this? A Korean? Oh, Kiwa and their Torarubang and bell. And then they learn about Korean culture. And on the bell, they have the Korean 십장생 design. And then what is hidden? Guess what? The Virginia, the bird of the Virginia, the dog was hidden in those design, but it doesn't look awkward. You're not trying to please the Korean resident. You're not trying to please the American resident, American citizens. This is really for everyone. And on the bell, it says the peace and harmony. And this is the goal of the translation. The student learn to shift their framework and really reconcile the differences. And we translate between the culture, and that's what the cultural translation that will enhance their intercultural communication. So thank you so much. And if you don't have time, yeah, I will answer your questions that,
Okay.
yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, do you have time for one question? Just do you have any question? Just one quick question, then we'll move on to the next session. But actually, we have a round table, so if you have some questions, you can hold your, write it down. Don't forget the question. Okay. Um, okay, I think we can move on to. Thank you. Thank you for this. Thank you, speaker. Thank you. And our presenters, they asked me to give them more time to present. but actually, the schedule, we have to follow the schedule. Thank you. So next speaker, when we decided this topic, I thought of one night after the AATK, we gathered together, and then our former president of AATK expressed the she was so excited to say that I attended the British convention conference, and then the whole session was about BTS, and then the whole fashion and everything about BTS. And then the next speaker is Dr. Juwon Seo. She's a senior lecturer and director of the Korean language program at Columbia University, and she co-authored the Clear Integrated Korean Workbook and Textbooks, and then recently in March 2025, she published the BTS and Languages, K-pop Transcending Language and Communication book. So this is my probably the first talk after your publication. Okay, please welcome Dr. Seo.
So, and this book, is composed of the three different sections. I'm just going to show very briefly: songs and lyrics, and multilingual communication. This is what we've been talking about, and multimodal discourses. The reason I'm showing this the table of contents is not just, of course, I want to promote the book, but because of today's my analysis is coming from the third section, chapter 8, 9, 10. So I want to give the credits to the authors, contributors, and then that's why I'm showing this table of contents. Okay, so I know like here, everybody's, pop culture, and then we are like a K-pop, so pop culture language. So I don't even have to emphasize it. It's a mediatized language, and also it's a performed language. It's everyday language. That means that it's a surrounded us. It's a surrounding us, and also pop culture literacy. Which is a kind of relatively new, is still everyday literacy. So we have to learn how to interpret pop culture or K-pop. That's the pop culture literacy. And so pop culture linguistics, I don't know how many of you haven't have heard of this term, but it's relatively new, but it's a big in Europe, and refers to a specific type of media linguistics concerned with the study of performed language as represented in various pop culture manifestations. So then further, K-pop research has evolved to become a differentiating marker of identity through an open and cosmopolitan consumption practice, transcending different languages and cultural prejudices. So it's the meaning of K-pop research that is emphasized here. So today, let me see. Okay, I'm doing well. So K-pop as a sociolinguistic data, I'll give you, I'm basically showing these are the directions or approaches we can take. So it's not going to be a really in-depth analysis, but the first group is a linguistic hybridity and multilingual creativity. It's probably about, I'm going to show a little bit of the lyrics, and then we can move over to linguistic landscape and soundscape. It's basically what kind of signs and what kind of sound in the K-pop scene, and also now identity and linguistic ideology. And today I'm going to more focus on the identity formation part. So linguistic hybridity, the first thing we can think of is a language mixing. So it's basically mostly English and Korean. And then part of a language mixing is a code ambiguation. Then I'm going to talk about very briefly BTS lingo and neologism. It's a newly coined words of BTS. So language mixing. Language mixing is it's coming from bilingual research. It's a juxtaposition of two languages in which the use of two languages is meaningful to participants as a recurrent pattern. So then I'll say language mixing in earlier K-pop songs, it's not new. It's been, since 난 알아요, the 서태지 and boys, it's always there, language mixing, but occurred on a lexical level in earlier K-pop songs with the frequently used English words comprising fillers, exclamations, or interjections functioning as a lexical or phrasal islands. Like, for example, you can see okay, or in like the Wonder Girls tell me, that's a very the independent phrase. But nowadays, the recent K-pop songs often feature entire verses or choruses in English, even not the whole song. And nowadays, all the whole song is in the English. Then the BTS songs are like Dynamite and Butter, and in the form of parallel codes. So I'm going to show, this is just a very basic the kind of example. So this is I Need You in a 2015 BTS songs. As you can see, it's pretty earlier in their career. The songs is basically I Need You Go, and then Korean lyrics. So this is probably the second part of language mixing. But this one is a 2018 Magic Shop. This, you can see a little bit more sophisticated kind of the use of language, the English and Korean together. And then Idol 2018, I think it's just interesting because you can see that the two English, the English and the Korean are just kind of mixed together. And then you know, if you can read Korean, then also 좋다, 지워져 좋다, that's a very, very Korean cultural kind of thing, but they're using it in their chorus. So this is basically language mixing is like English and Korean. How do you do it? Of course, you can get into more detail linguistically, but I'm not doing it today. And code ambiguation is a part of language mixing, but this is kind of interesting because it's an utterance that has a potential meaning in both languages of code mixing or code switching. What does that mean? It means in the process of code ambiguation and bilingual punning, if you can use it that way, in K-pop, the phonetic and syntactic accuracy of English is often bridged or glossed over, rather deliberately and tactically, to maintain the characteristics of the Korean language. A lot of phonetic modifications can happen. For example, like, I don't know if you can say like, oh, 사랑하는 girl. So it's instead of call, it's a called 것을, but then they're pronouncing it as a like a English word girl. So, and also, and then now, so English is often modified to interject a level of playfulness into a text that only bilingual speakers of Korean and English can fully grasp. For example, this is the 2016 BTS songs, 피땀 눈물, and I'm pretty sure some of you know this part. It's a pre-chorus part. It's actually Korean, money, 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 but the way they pronounce it, it sounds like money, money, money. But either way, it makes sense in that lyric. So it's a kind of bilingual punning. And then this one is not really bilingual punning, but I think it's just interesting, and I'm going to show the video a little bit later. It's a mic drop in 2017, and then they were talking about 수저. It's a 흑수저 they were making. It's a cultural, linguistic cultural kind of part. And also, instead of steak, they use a word steki. So it's a very Korean way of pronouncing the word. And also the 미안해 billboard, 미안해 worldwide doesn't make any sense, 미안해 worldwide, but they are using it. And this one, it's not really, I wouldn't say it's a code ambiguation, but I think it's really interesting. So 너무 heavy, 내 두 손이 모자라, mic drop. So mic is dropping, you are dropping your mic. So it's a 발발 조심. And then 말말 조심, because this song is about haters, BTS haters. So, but then I don't want to dance in front of you, but it's if you remember the music video, okay, you don't want to see me dancing, but it's a 발발 조심. They are actually using their feet and kicking it. So some of the fans who don't understand the Korean word and like, what is that the move, then it's a 발발 조심 and 말말 조심. So I think it's a kind of a connected to their the dance moves and everything. So, and I'm going to talk about multilingual creativity, like kind of very, very briefly. Multilingual creativity, it's not just nowadays about, oh my goodness. Okay, so I'm gonna use 10 minutes, then I'll accept the because it's been 14 minutes. So, okay. And then, so this is basically, I'm going to try to say, it's not just about Korean and English nowadays. They are using a lot of Spanish now. I'm pretty sure it has something to do with the huge K-pop fandom in South America. And especially like J-Hope Chicken Noodle Soup, I think it is very interesting because it's basically trilingual songs. It's the Korean, English, and Spanish. And now Stray Kids and Chick Chick Boom, it's in a very kind of basic way, but they were trying to incorporate the Spanish words. And also, this is not BTS, but the G-Dragon and Drama 2025. I don't know how many of you watched the music video. I think it was extremely interesting because main part is a majority of the lyrics is English, but then he's using the full part in Chinese and full sentences in Japanese and then full sentences in Korean in that music video. And G-Dragon, the genius of K-pop, can say that because I have a communication breakdown with my loved one, so I can use all the languages I can use, but I still cannot communicate. That's what he wants to express. So I think this is a kind of a multilingual creativity, but it's not a really linguistic analysis. And so BTS lingo, this is a neologism. Probably the most famous one is this. 보라해, and I don't know how many of you know, but it's the Kim Taeyong, the V, of BTS. One of his concerts, he said that instead of saying 사랑해, I love you, I'm just gonna use a 보라해. 보라 is the color purple because that's the last color of a rainbow, and that it kind of encompasses all the colors out there. So that's why it caught up, and it's I purple you, and then I know too much, but right. So I purple you, but then Samsung Galaxy, when they are promoting Samsung Galaxy, they changed it like this. So then BTS fans, they know exactly what this means. So this is a symbolic competence. I don't know. Maybe I can argue that this is a K-pop literacy. And then this is from the book. It's actually chapter 10. It's 이하균 선생님 in Georgia State chapter. She's interesting. It's a multimodal discourse analysis of BTS advertisement. And it's not just the commercials. And she's analyzing all these signs and boards, billboards. And this is, as you can see, I purple you. This is a BTS Kim Taeyong's the birthday celebration in Times Square. So the fans bought the Times Square, and then they actually did this, and I purple you. And the most interesting part is now I'm going to, so this is a part of linguistic landscape, K-pop linguistic landscape. So linguistic landscape is a big word, but it's the visible, audible, and otherwise textualized language of public space. So what you can see, that's a linguistic landscape. So, and Seoul City, that the BTS is the ambassador of Seoul City, and they use instead of I purple you, they use I Seoul you, and that the signs are out there. And Seoul City, they even do this. Life Goes On in 2020 song. Then they said Your Soul Goes On. They changed the wording. But this I purple you is probably this is the most interesting part. Permission to Dance tour in Las Vegas in 2020 after the long pandemic thing. So this is a Twitter account from Las Vegas. Then they said, welcome Army, and purple emoji, the heart emoji. We hope you enjoy your stay here in paradise. Fun is in our DNA. Stay, paradise, DNA, they all BTS songs, the titles. So among BTS fandom, they said, "Oh my God, this is Las Vegas, the city. The person is probably big army, BTS army, because they know all this song." And you can see 보라해 guess. So they are putting 보라해 and then Las Vegas together. And you can see it here. And then they all purple here. And as you probably noticed, my PowerPoint slide is also purple. So that's 보라해 to everyone. So now this is basically 보라해 in Korean and Las Vegas together. And 보라해 guess and 보라해 guess. So they could have used the I purple you, but they didn't. They used the Korean language word. It's a multilingual, but it's a huge linguistic landscape part. And linguistic soundscapes, what you can hear. But even if I cannot finish everything, but I'm just going to show you this, because when I talk about BTS, no music video, that doesn't make any sense. So I don't even want to pronounce this French word, but it was very recent word. It's the fundraising, the international concert organized by French First Lady. So I'm just try to hear everything, just listen to everything.
What's that, Paris? It's no such a last time. Guys ready? At least I'm not getting it.
And just Okay, that's the whole purpose, the 미안해 엄마 part. So this is a linguistic soundscape. Yes, it is, because it's a screaming, and also it's a fan chants in Korean, and they know which part they can sing along, and it's all there. So I have another example, but I cannot show you. But I because I don't have much time, and this is the another example I think it's interesting, because it's another the Jungkook. It's a golden maknae. We talked about maknae there. It's a 황금 maknae because he can do everything well. And then he had a guerrilla concert on Times Square back in 2023, right before he joined the military service. And then it was a huge deal. And then I just want to point out the album. All songs were completely in English, but then the part, if you get a chance, you can take a look at it. And then he, like, after he sang all these English songs, like his own songs in English, then he actually shouted at the audience. You can see the audience in Times Square, and then saying like, 폼 미쳤다. That's what he said. And then everybody understood, because 폼 미쳤다 doesn't make any sense, but that's a the new language form is a form 미쳤다. It's a 미친 form, and some of you know 80s song is the title of is a 미친 form. So that's what he communicated with the audience. I thought it was really interesting. So I don't have much time. So I'm just going to talk about this slide, and I'll just move over to the last slide because I'm not done. I'm probably like 60% done. But it's a K-pop's uncertain English language feature because I think it's what we've been talking about this morning and before. It's a NPR article. It's not a scholarly article, but this article is actually about that Rose and Bruno Mars, Bruno Oppa or Bruno Oppa. That's yeah. So Bruno Oppa in Apatu, and the author is an American person. Is kind of getting worried about English usage in Korean, in K-pop. So he's basically saying for its devotees, a lot of what has worked about K-pop to this point is distinctly the byproduct of the mashup nature, the slight discord of our sounds pushed through their system, K-pop system. But if one's goal is not simply commercial success, but a complete and total integration into the global pop market, then there is a strategic disadvantage in sounding merely close to what is most popular. For a South Korean music executive trying to overcome the remaining friction, so what is the path forward to remove the most obvious differentiator? Language entirely, and strip those songs of some of their tangled eccentricities so that they blend in. So he's actually looking at the Roses Apatu as a more like completely blend in. So now this is another example. Like so, he's basically arguing franchise the efficiency of K-pop feel, but lose the identity. That's what he was worrying about. And then now he's, arguing K-pop music is about liminal space, the journey between cultural poles favoring neither the origin nor the destination, but the tension of landing in the middle. So that's what he's saying that maybe, the K-pop is losing the identity. So this is something interesting, kind of interesting to think about. Maybe we don't have to worry about it. It may be it takes its own course, but then this is I think it's a kind of linguistically interesting. I'm just gonna move very quickly. So this is I prepared, but if you want, you can ask me for it. And because I'm going to talk about reaction video, but then I basically spent 26 minutes right here, so I'll change it into in place of I played Job's video, so that's fine. So the reaction video was one part, and I'm just gonna move over to the last part because I'm not gonna talk about. Okay. So if we talk about pedagogical implications of this or K-pop as a sociolinguistic data, then these are the directions we can take. It's a multimodal competence, critical literacies, and symbolic competence in multilingual subject, and even citizen sociolinguistics. So citizen sociolinguistics means, okay, my students go out there and observe whatever you can in your surroundings, and maybe it's time for for pop culture, not through or with pop culture. So that's the one thing we can think about. And then we can think about all these discussion questions. But that my last slide, good research in popular culture may look to some like hanging out in interesting places, yes. But at some point, the hard work on text, interactions, lyrics, images, and languages has to be done. Said by Penny Cook. So this is what I have, but I'm very sorry that you didn't have a time to get into the reaction video part, but and some of my references, and thank you. So 2 minutes I have.
네. Thank you. I apologize to the virtual attendees on the Zoom so for not sharing the slide at the beginning. So, uh, so I'd like to introduce Professor Youngmi Yu Cho. She's a professor of Korean at Rutgers, and so many things to introduce about her. But she published integrated Korean originally, and then lots of books that and publication speeches that you may hear. Okay, please welcome.
Okay, so I'm talking about K-pop.
But unlike Chuan or other people, I'm tone deaf and I don't know very much about music. However, I started doing research in K-pop lyrics because I want to look cool. But that was not very successful. So let's see. And I tell my students and also the conference audiences that actually this is a linguistic talk with sugar coating. So you will be able to see what I'm talking about. Doesn't move. Okay. Yeah, I have so many slides, but if somebody says 20 minutes, then I'm ready to wrap up in 5 minutes. Don't worry, you will have your coffee. Okay, so I am a phonologist in as a kind of that's my specialty. When I look at lyrics, well, poetry, then I look at the sound structure most of all, and the relation to meaning. And it's very well known that language is not only a medium of meanings, but also itself is a content. So I think there is a famous saying that Mallarmé, the French poet, told Edgar Degas, the painter, that Degas wants to be a poet, but why can't I write poems? And he says, you don't make a poem with ideas, but with words. So that's why words with the lyrics are so important. So, well, ordinary language, poetry or rap that I'll be talking about today make use of the same instruments. So we are all speakers of some languages. That means that we will be using the same tool, but musicians, the lyricists will have probably a lot more sophisticated sense of what it is. Okay, so this is, I'm starting from English, mainly a couple of reasons. I did my undergraduate, I was an English literature major, first of all. And then number two, I really liked doing history of the English language, unlike my friends back then. And then I found, yeah, I found it really useful to talk about the history of English poems in illuminating what happens now in contemporary Korean language, believe it or not. All right, so English had a lot of alliterative forms, right? Easy as bees and P with a P and cool as a cucumber. I won't read all of it. And then rhyming is a big part of English language. Highways and byways and make and break. And I mean, there are so many of them. So, advertisements are full of these rhymes, and there are too many of them. So you want to break, so people come with partial rhymes because rhymes are becoming so, in a way, so boring. And then there's a reason how you use rhymes. In English, you want strong, weak, rather than strong, weak, strong, right? So you don't say butter and bread and water and milk, rather you say milk and water and bread and butter, as observed by Jespersen many decades ago. Okay, so English poetics can be summarized as one word. I have to go to Korean lyrics, so I will just rush it through. So it started with a different form, alliteration and different syllable counting, but then, it has turned into a from, because of the influence of many languages, like Korean now, exposed to Japanese, Chinese and Japanese, and then English, and all the other languages, it has undergone the same change that English has gone over. So I won't let you listen to this. This is an English poem, the first English poem that says, more like a German, isn't it? Ich was immer. And that was a kind of a standard, the first iambic tetrameter form, which was very new to English back then. I think this is the 12th century. And then, of course, Shakespeare, and all through 19th century, early 20th century, we are so familiar with English metrics, right? Iambic pentameter, da-dan, 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 right? And then rhyming at the end. All right. And that's all because of the history, the language contact that happened between English and Romance languages and whatnot. And so now in the 20th century and 21st century, actually, I took a course called, what is it, hip hop, the rap as a new poetry genre or something like that, which really makes sense. That's the new, because hardly anybody reads poems, right, these days. All right, so I don't have to because everybody knows what rap music is. And then Japanese has gone through the same process of adapting rap into their language, which was very difficult because Japanese has multi-syllable words, and then for rap to be successful, you really have to have strong, like a short syllable words with strong beat. And how do you accomplish that? But they were able to accomplish that by mid 1990s or the 2000s. Okay, so this also pun is a new phenomenon in Korean, believe it or not. There are so many puns these days. So these are the things that I collected in Korea. A pun on internet, like a human being as well as in, and then Korean meat as K meat. 정육점 is really that's not the young people, they don't get it. They said, what's wrong? But 정육점, the butchery, that character is not that happy. And all these things are very interesting and charming. But I stopped collecting this by, I don't know, 10 years ago because it's so numerous. The early 2000s was so rare and interesting. So I have about 200 slides. But this is so boring now. 더 밝은 안과, 감 잡는 육주, and 당찬. So using this is actually my favorite. 골수 팬이야, 골수를 세라. So 골수 is like hardcore fans, right? And then 골수 is number of goals. This is about the soccer games. All right, and then this is interesting because it uses syntax rather than individual words. 또 떠나 봄직하지 않아. So they want to say 보다 like spring, but also want to say worth. So this is quite interesting. And they use English here, and there are all the different languages involved in creating, rhyming and puns and all that. So pun in Korean, actually, there's no translation of it because that phenomenon was not native. Okay, and not only in like advertisement, we see this is from a newspaper. So 소치는 수치 and all that. And there are so many of that. 명태. And so I had to look back the history and said, do we have puns in traditional songs? Yes, there was some, like 나무 타령, 덜덜 떨어 사시나무. But this is so rare. I had to find, this is my 판소리 teacher, 박송희 선생님, passed on. So this is a very famous 홍보가 where 놀부, I think it's 놀부, who says, 고추장, and it's not 고추장, it's not 된장. So this is hilarious. 판소리 has a lot of this comical elements. However, that's rare. We were not doing everyday. And then even in literature, actually, it's worse. So I look at like contrived cases of garaji, how do you make rhyme out of Korean poetry? We were not very good at poetry because everything ends with yo-yo, watada, right? How do you make nice things? And it all started with the Korean rap. Okay, 1990s, everybody says Soteji and the Boys are the things to remember. But even here, the rhyme, it was revolutionary in its own way. But having 알 수 있어요, 늦어버렸어, not very interesting. Korean happens to have that kind of ending in the end. All right. Actually, I think this is the first example that I can think of. This is and try to also do the internal rhyming. So not just rhyme at the end of the line, but so they were starting hard in 1993. Oh, sorry. But this is kind of different. Okay, so I move on to HOT. I shouldn't say HOT, I should say HOT or something. And then they're trying to make with the ending, de sometimes and nana, still not too interesting. And then GOD here, wow, now, Joe PD is not very well known because it was an underground artist and then he was banned from appearing in regular network stations. So he has a very interesting, the reason I'm doing it because I cannot see that way, yeah. So here he has, but then he makes it quite interesting. Let's look at that. 청소년 문제, youth problems, and then it rhymes with 일제, and then 큰 문제, 하는 게, 주제. So there are full rhymes and there are also partial rhymes. you. Okay, so last line especially, is it better now? Okay. Let's look at the last line. 스스로 하고 말고 판단하는 게 너에겐 유일한 과제. So different across different grammatical categories. So it's really interesting because they use mixed grammatical categories, and actually the whole thing is break free from this oppressing education system. So because of the message, this particular form is very effective. All right, so now I'm talking about this effects of trying to create rhymes in Korean, because rhyming is so important in rap. Without rhyming, it's not really a hip hop, is it? Okay, so these are the more recent, like 2007, 2010, and they are trying so hard, and now it's becoming hybrid as well as quite interesting. So happy ending, happy ending. So when I was first encountered that, it was so cute. And then I think you have to listen to this. So this is my ultimate.
Yeah. Mike is taking 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Shake it, shake it, yo, shake it, shake it, yo, everybody. Shake it, yo, shake it, yo, everybody. 살아먹기만 들어간 물이야 인생이 술이야 나에게는 관대하고 남에게는 막대하고 이 카드로 저 카드 많고 일 벌렸다 하면 사고 괜찮아 나니까 우연히 어느 깨달아 버린다니까 누가 써도 안 되면 깨물어 버린다니까 대박나는 쪽 돌리는 데 없으니까 이거 보고 아니라.
All right, so I won't have you listen to the end, so I had to analyze this. This is the score. And then I did this like by the beat. So you have, is it okay? Yeah, I started really late. Have mercy on me. Have mercy on me. I don't even let you finish the song here. All right. So you can see that here, 이기, and then also you can see 관대하고 막대하고. So 관대 is a noun, but 막대하고 is two separate words. And so this is really, really funny because they make, sometimes it does make sense, but they kind of force it, but it's different than GOD or other people who had to try so hard. It sort of runs so smoothly. So okay, so here this is so funny. MP3 다운받지 않고 who down MP3 now, but then where is it? 많은 남자 한국 놈 한국 한다면 한다. So if I analyze rhyming in different positions, actually you see every instantiation in every slot in syntax. So that's really interesting. And I mean, this is what it is, and I have a translation there. So DJ Duck is really cool. And they have also a more recent stuff, 수치인 불명, which is, I won't have you listen to that, but look at this. 수치인 불명 is a Korean word like what is it, recipient unknown. It's a typical word that, cannot be delivered. But I think now he changed it into 수치인 분명, like clearly known. And this refers to the Park Geun-hye impeachment. So all this color coding, different, I do color coding thing, and it's kind of fun to do it. And so I find DJ Doug is really a excellent rhyming artist there. And also there's an example of Your Night, which is quite beautiful and also a very smoothly make rap out of Korean language. So now Korean language is perfectly adaptable to creating a rap. Who would have thought that, I don't know, maybe 20 years ago, that was really very difficult. And then, of course, people complain, and this is linguistic chaos. What? You have code switching, like language mixing and all this. That's really bad. Of course, as a as a Korean teacher, sometimes I don't let it run free. There has to be certain things, right? But then, this is so creative. So I think of it as a more linguistic exuberance than linguistic chaos. Also, there's not, you cannot stop it. You better accept it. All right, so I will just pass that. And then this is some time ago, maybe 10 years ago, people were saying, who is the best rapper? Blah, 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 blah. But now you don't have to talk about it. Everybody's a good rapper. And it's not a rising genre anymore. And, and then this is a very cute, what is it, subtitle of the newspaper. 노래 못해 rap? No, 랩하나로 top. I guess if you do rapping it really nice, it'll be. So you can see even a solemn newspaper articles actually use this rapping strategy. So I will just pass this. This my contention is this all happened because Korean diaspora and the globalization of hip hop. Hip hop is the fastest growing genre, and in Korea, I mean, every idol group has hip hop element there, right? All right, so two dramatic changes I noticed in now here comes the unsugar-coated linguistic talk. Okay, there is a new hybrid word formation process. So there's an emerging affixation and compounding with mixed vocabularies. I will tell you what it is. And then truncation, as you notice. That's why you see a lot of new mimetic coinage. So grammatical consequence is that there is a unique grammatical subcategorization. That is, you have tilgam, right? Because of the abbreviation, suddenly you have tilgam하세요 instead of 즐기세요, right? And 밀당하다. And 빼박, I don't think 빼박하다, you don't say that. So there's a new grammatical information has to be encoded with these new words. And then there's a specialized semantic connotations. So menbung, when it first came out in 2012, we thought, oh, because no other word can explain that particular state of menbung, right? Like a mental breakdown. All right. And so let's talk about the Korean lexicon. 5 minutes. Yeah. Which 5 minutes? So I just finished the 15 minutes, right? From 20 minutes. All right. Okay, so I can breathe a little easy. All right. So I'm talking about Korean lexicon now, which is my favorite topic. So this is the Korean, the most prestigious National Institute of the Korean Language. They have the statistics, but the dictionary was formulated. And SK means Sino-Korean. There are 57%. And then Korean native word, 25%. And then L means loan words. And other is other, right? And then in other, there is a Sino-Korean plus loan is 3%. And there's a Sino-Korean plus native Korean, which is 9%. But there's really no loan word, like a foreign loan plus Korean native word. But this is like, what, 30 years ago? That's not quite correct. They didn't update the statistics. So it's still there. However, in my experience, no. Korean lexicon has completely reshaped. So we have like a mimetic, like a onomatopoeia and native, and then Sino-Korean and foreign stratum that covers Western language, right? So that's kind of a standard perception of it. But hybridity, the statistics was 0% of Western loan plus native Korean word? No way. So this is one example, akplo. I get this beautiful picture from my colleagues, Yoon and Chan here. And ak is the Sino-Korean word, which means wicked, right? Pul is from English, reply. And ro, this is a really interesting phenomenon. That's an English adjunctive like a teacher. So so there's a clipping and yeah, borrowing and all these things are going on in this one particular word, right? And then you see expansion of native suffixes. So you have e, and then you have 돌보미, 도우미, 귀요미, it goes on. So the thing is that it's not the list of words that it gained productivity. So recently, I think I have a list of those newly emerged words with native suffixes, and 군 and 쟁이 and 질. And of course, it continues. 갑질 is the most uh, kind of one. 펜질. I don't know, do we still say 펜질 rather than 덕질? Which one is more common? All right, and compounded with the English words was not there. Of course, there's so many of them. And you use no jam, no dap. And how come we have a word like song and 노래, but why do we need a song? Why do we need a girl when we have a 녀 or 여자, right? And why do we use man when we have like, well, I say not only salaryman, but also 삼성man, 증권man. So there are actually reasons why you want to create this kind of, to deal with the emerging semantic kind of niche market there. And then for the differentiation of semantics. And then compounding with Sino-Korean roots, all these things are emerging so fast and so massively. And the next thing is the truncation. Because of truncation, I told you about subcategorization framework has completely changed, right? Okay, and then not only word by word, like a 급 is suddenly came from 급히, but then use it as a suffix. So 급당황, 급감격, or whatever. So it suddenly acquired the status of prefix. Okay, and it's really everywhere in entertainment and media. However, in serious government, nobody says 행안부. I'm sorry, this says 행자부, but 행정안전부. All these government ministries, nobody seems to want to say that 과학기술정보통신부. And the problem with the Korean government is that every administration seems to want to change that. So I cannot, it's very hard to. And then political parties. So 국민의힘, they call themselves 국힘당 rather than 국민의힘, right? So all these things, you really have to kind of be aware of that because they don't use the full phrase. Okay, recently I learned this, maybe some of you are more cool than me. So 마상 I heard that and I said, what is 마상? On top of a horse? I don't think so. So anybody know what 마상 means? 마음의 상처. If you don't know it, that means you are above certain age. So 마음의 상처. Why is it so hard to say 마음의 상처? But then this has become part of everyday, language. And these are the most recent subtitles from the newspaper. 아들, 딸 취뽀의 비밀. Do you know it? 건기식 싸다 싸 난리 났던 다이소. 건기식? Confess if you don't know it, because I didn't know. I had to look it up. Anybody? 취뽀? I know 취집, but not 취뽀. Yes? This is most recent, like a month ago. Anybody? Oh yeah, so young people know that. I have to look at young people, then they know. Okay, 건기식 is 건강기능식품. You didn't know, right? So I have to learn Korean every day. And then it's not just individual words. What happens is that morphological power is becoming. So I talked about right? So not only 악플러, but we have all kinds of things like 불편러, 혼술러. So it has become so creative and truncated English words and sound symbolic vocabulary, and also use of mimetic words as a kind of individual words, like a 심쿵, right? And I think it's really cute. 심, heart, and 쿵 is like the heart drops, right? Like, oh. And 뚜벅이, those are very common. And so this is my conclusion. And I have how many minutes? 3 minutes? 0 minutes. Sorry. So just like all of you, the presenters that I was able to attend says, we live in a stage beyond structuralism. So we are doing translation, translanguaging, trans everything. So look at this. This is what student produced. I think UC Berkeley. I got it from the professor there. And 부모님, they created a very nice T-shirt for their parents. And then guess what the English says? It doesn't say parents. It says boomer. The 부모님 is 꼰대 or the boomer, right? So anyway, so the last line is we have to let our students to be their own person, their own multilingual subject, just as everybody has said. So in that sense, the music that you listen to, 난 이런 사람이야, is really appropriate because this is who I am. Let me be. Okay, that's it.
All right. Thank you for yeah, okay. I think we have a couple of okay. Let's take a couple of questions from the floor. Yes. Your session is not over yet.
It's too much of your time.
Thank you for the presentation. It was very interesting because I'm a really, really big fan of Korean hip hop.
Good.
Yeah, and I wonder if you are planning to look at more of a more recent rappers as well because like their rhyming skills, I guess, or how they mix Korean and English and all that became like really, really interesting. So like 2020s, like those rhymers, they also like step forward. Not just like the idol rappers, but like non-idol rappers are really interesting as well. And do you have any plan to look at them? I can recommend you some.
We can do something together because I need a young person. So let me have you because I know, as you can see, my data is somewhat outdated because I was more interested in the origin of Korean hip hop rather than the development. But I noticed that there are changes, especially involving English, right? And then also they don't have to be so self-conscious anymore. It's so much part of their language behavior. So my point is that Korean language has completely changed in terms of its rhythm or the how it manipulates in lyrics or even everyday language because of K-pop. I hope I convinced you.
Last question.
Me. It's extremely interesting presentation. I'm just thinking how to apply this research to teaching. So you can possibly start with these forms and say maybe normally we would have said, and then this could be also part of a continuing education for those people who actually don't have a clue.
Yeah.
So
I know. Oh, yeah, it's a very good question because I myself feel like I need a constant update. And then the problem with my students is that I don't have to teach them this because they start from a different end. Because I start from a prescriptive way of doing Korean, standard Korean, and they sometimes say, 선생님, 제가 아주 발라버렸어요. So I said, oh no, no, you don't say that to the professor. But they don't know the kind of distinction between slang and this really, they don't know. Even in their formal essay, they would say things that I would normally approve of. So no matter like my ideological saying, oh, we welcome any kind of languaging. However, when I'm a hypocrite in the sense that in your writing, excuse me, we're not going to use this. I'm glad that you know these expressions, but so the teaching comes really backwards. On the other hand, for most Koreans of above certain age, I have tell them, I'm so proud. I know what 인여질 means. And a lot of my friends who's a professor, professors in Seoul, they didn't know about it. This is about 5 years ago. So how come you don't know 인여질? Because without that word, I cannot live. It's almost like I'm doing 인여질 2 hours a day. And they said, where is it? They said, oh, you guys are so backward. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm glad that we could see. You may not know, but she was the teacher of the teachers, and then the Professor Kim, Youngie Kim, was also the teacher, Korean teacher when there were not many Korean departments or Korean students at all. Right. This is the end of the afternoon session, and we'll move on to the round table session.
So I would like to thank our speakers for the wonderful talk. I'm sure everybody, agrees with me that it was really entertaining and really engaging. And all the talks, even though there was like same common thread of the common theme that runs through all the talks. Each one was very unique and different from other talks. And I learned so much from, all of your talks that I feel like I'm really, I don't know, overwhelmed right now with all the things I have to digest right now. Okay. Oh, so thank you so much. Let's just give. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. All right. So I think we've covered through today's talk. We've covered I guess where we stand in terms of the Hallyu and what kind of linguistic influence that we gained from it, and how this Korean wave is being applied or adopted in classroom teaching, language teaching. We have learned that the Hallyu has made so much difference in terms of the status of Korean language globally. We've seen many words, Korean words, being added to Oxford Dictionary and all these online platforms using lots of Korean words for themselves rather than translating them. And so a lot of people, I heard that it's really difficult. We have to be careful using Korean in front of other people because there's so many people who do understand Korean. So we can't really say anything that's negative because we don't know who understands Korean. So, that's how far we've come. And that's, the kind of changes that was brought about due to these, Korean wave. So, but I guess here's the hard question. I think we talked about the present situation and where we are in terms of, that. But where are we going, with this? So, that we talked about, J culture, J-pop culture being very popular, and everybody was like really, crazy about anime and all that. Now it's toned down a little bit, and even though we're now maybe at the peak of the Korean culture, Korean pop culture, Hallyu, it's not gonna last forever. We would like it to, last forever, but that's not gonna happen. So, at any point, it could just come down a little bit. Okay. So, I guess my question that I want to throw out to not only the speakers but to everyone here today is what can we do, or how can we maintain these interests in Korean language and culture beyond Hallyu? So after the Hallyu dies out, even after Hallyu dies out, how can we maintain this? And I actually asked ChatGPT this question, and you know what it said? It said, well, there are many things you could do. First, you could strengthen academic programs. Okay, we tried that. We're doing that still, right? You could advertise or promote Korean traditional cultures. You could strengthen global or an academic and business ties. So tying business Korean business with business outside other countries. You could encourage community and online engagements about Korean culture or Korean language and all that. And then also diversify Korean media influence. So not only the Korean drama or Korean songs, but any other Korean things. Make I guess promote them, advertise them, so that people will take interest in it. Well, not lasting. One more Korean thing that I think we wanted to add, post Professor Insang Ko and me, is Korean games. So that's what we're promoting in our program. So we're trying to, teach our students how to play games in class so that they will learn not only the language through it, but also be able to be exposed to Korean game culture too. So there's a lot of K stuff, K beauty, K food, K game. But so besides all these, these are all very obvious things we're already doing. I don't know if there's anything else that we could actually think about that we could do to maintain this interest. So if you have any thoughts on this, please feel free to share with us. So, for me, as I mentioned earlier, I run the DMV Korean language and culture. That's one of those things where we expose people to it. But I think for me, what will as I
So as I mentioned earlier, I'm the organizer for the DMV Korean Culture and Language Group. So we expose people to the food, the music, and everything. But I think what would the reason why I would continue to want to immerse myself in the Korean culture is by traveling to Korea. I think like, I've been growing up eating Korean food. I eat it more now than I did, but I think for me, it's all about traveling there, the immersion, the exposure. So right now I've been going back for the last 3 years every October. And I think as long as I can continue that, I will continue to want to. So I think with my group on Sunday, I'm talking to them about taking their first trip. And I think once they'll do that, it will help them continue rather than because if the dramas like decrease on Netflix, then I think their interest in the culture may weigh down. But I think if they continue to travel, it will continue.
So I guess now we have to promote, K travel, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So my name is Grace Smith, and I'm a graduate student in the Asian Studies MA program here. My undergrad was at the University of Florida, and there I helped to form a Korean language table that's still going on today. So I think from that experience, I learned that creating a community of people with like-minded goals is very helpful, especially for students, and working among student orgs, and then as well like funding more opportunities for students of all income levels to travel abroad um, through opportunities like I was also a part of the Korea America Student Conference, and they had some financial assistance to help people professionally develop in the Korea America sphere as well. So focusing more on students, I think, is very important at this time.
I think it's a very good idea, right? So we also GWIKS have a short study abroad program, like 2-week program in Korea, and I think that attracts a lot of students. And those people who actually have gone on that trip come back with this like very positive image of Korea, and they want to pursue their study or interest in Korea afterwards. So I think it really does have a very positive impact on students. Okay, so from our speakers is if there's anything that you want to share on this topic with us, or if there's anything that's special that you do in your program to for this purpose, you could please feel free to share with us.
So I'll say first so that I don't have to say anything later. So I don't think it's an easy thing to do, but I think it's important also to create something like economic motivations to students. And so many students of mine say that they kind of grow out of BTS, sorry, toward 서주원 선생님 and other BTS fans. But when they were in middle school, high schools, they really enjoy to listening to K-pops, and they are really interested in K-pop and things like that. But then later they kind of grow out of that. And then at that point, I think it's important to create another kind of motivation, just not just cultural interest, but something that can sustain, and also something that can provide even financial rewards or motivation. So I don't think it's easy to do that, but I think that's something that we have to think about at this point.
Uh, is it working? Oh, okay. Following up on Kang Seung 선생님, and I think the Korean pop culture we just talked about in the morning session, that Korea Boo, and I don't think Korea Boo is now like has a I mean, it started with the probably negative kind of connotation with it, but Korea Boo, they have their own website, so now they proudly say that we are Korea Boo. So and also what I want to try to say is like we got together, and here all these people, audience, and then audience and online, they all think that they love Korean pop culture, but it's still in the U.S. Depending on the where you're from, but in the U.S. it's still a marginalized culture. It's not a main culture, and I don't think we can be the main culture in like under any circumstances in the States because it's way too big. So in maybe like exposure, traveling to Korea, and then financial aid and that kind of thing is all very important. But after that initial exposure and you got hooked, then to maintain that, I think it's maybe if I say this, it sounds really kind of I don't know that higher ed, but it's some kind of a research interest. It's not like a major research interest, but it's not. I'm not saying that we are writing a book about it, but it's more like a critical perspective. So like the students can like it, but they can criticize it and they can talk about what they don't like about the Korean pop culture. So it's a more diverse kind of communication interaction. And then how do you do it in a college level or like even high school level? And it's all about open it up the communication and then encourage our learners to be critical of the American culture and Korean pop culture. So I think it has more about that scholarly or I wouldn't want to say scholarly, but it's a critical lens on that Korean pop culture can help and maintain their interest.
I have a related question for Jihan. I remember in your presentation, you said your students are very much motivated, and which is very, encouraging. And I believe your students are very much interested in Korean culture and literature. But beyond that, I was wondering if there's another motivation for them, career-wise.
Thank you for the great question. So I'm currently serving as inaugural career faculty fellow positions getting really popular these days in major institutions. And as I've been building the Korean program, one of the major concern of students is what am I going to do with Korean major? Can I really get a job? Can I really work for entertainment business? So I've been working really closely with different partners in community to find opportunity for students. So things I've done for our students is like internship courses that actually go out to Korea and work in translation, and a lot of like scholarships that fund them to South Korean government, like scholarships like GKS or the LTI literature translation. They have also scholarship. So it's really important to connect their interest to the career path that they are really truly interested in that really motivates them. They have clear, like they can carve their career path with their interest, specific interest in Korean studies. Another thing that we've started George Mason is on the Hangul Day, as most of you, the invention of the Korean writing system, we celebrate that day with the undergraduate student conference. So for all 300, 400 level courses, regardless of the topic, we encourage all students to develop their presentation or papers or anything like any great ideas or interest in their Korean. It could be a modern but also traditional culture to develop into research. So they gain a lot of research experience early on in undergraduate years so that they have more clear ideas. So they began their interest from K-pop, but now they're really serious. They are, and a lot of time they're double majoring in global affairs or anthropology or linguistics, and they can um, make their own story with their different disciplines. And it's really important that those people are working different industries. And the industries are really rapidly evolving right now. And people who work in this industry who have a great deep, in-depth understanding of Korean culture is so important, and they're going to be make a really significant difference in our society. And lastly, the most recently, the thing that we're doing, I'm working is the most important thing is collaboration. So as you, many of you, the foreign language is actually declining, enrollments are declining. And if the foreign language education is struggling, it's really hard for Korean, only Korean to survive. And I strongly believe in collaboration with other languages, whether it is East Asian or Romance languages. So I've been working with a Spanish professor to start a community-based learning. So there is a bilingual schools for elementary school students where they spend half of their day in Korean and half of their day in English. We have many in Spanish, but for Korean, we have only one in Virginia. And I heard that they have a budget cut and they can't afford an assistant teacher. So I'm sending my students to teach and do research and compare the Spanish bilingual schools. And this is the way to go to collaborate with other discipline languages and also with other community partners to expand our horizon. So, right, thank you.
The topic of the theme of this conference is K-pop or Korean popular culture, and I hope my comments is not like a wet blanket here. But in my teaching of like 20 some years at Rutgers, I discovered that heritage students are not that interested in K-pop or K-culture, right? I mean, there's some interest, but it's not like non-Korean students. And I was kind of debating why the reason for that. And it seems that for Korean Americans, that Korean songs or Korean dramas is not exotic enough to begin with. And also they grew up in a different environment to value certain Korean things. So I discovered that, you know, kind of the teachers imposing, oh, this is Korean culture, we have to do this. It doesn't seem to go very well with, especially with heritage classes. And so I have to let them choose their interest. So I'm thinking of like a beyond Korean popular culture or along with Korean culture for sustainability. And especially for Korean American students, about 5 years ago, I started the Korean English Translation Interpreting Certificate Program. And mainly we do practical translation. So with medical and, or we cannot produce quote interpreters, but we can kind of help them be in that step. And they actually, that resonates very well with about 70% of my candidates are Korean Americans and the rest of it is non-Koreans. And that works very well because they came with a background that they had to interpret for their parents. So their concerns are, of course, very different. And because I think it's about more than 80% of our Korean students in our program is non-Koreans. So unlike in the past, Korean American students get feel disadvantaged and that they want to, yeah, I think, I think I'm speaking loud enough. Yeah. And so we had this effect of kind of not accommodate them enough. But having this translation program, actually we were able to accommodate bilingual Korean Americans. They come in varying degrees of Korean proficiency. So we have a fast track heritage students. They can finish 2 years of Korean in 1 year and then join the translation certificate program. So I think we really have to be concerned, not just, again, our direction is not just Korea, well, not just K-pop, but, Korean Americans here and their concerns. So there are really diverse concerns here. Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to add the case of the University of Iowa. This area is really like a Republican state and very rural area, and we don't have many Korean Americans, but mostly like Iowan students and Hispanic students. Mostly more than 80% of them are female students, and their interests on K-pop. Some of them are really into that. So I tried to make use of K contents, like last 10 years now. And I assume that everybody is well aware of this K culture, but at certain point I realized that many of them are not very interested in if they say I don't listen to K-pop, or I know them, but I'm not a big fan of them. And especially male students, they don't like to watch drama. So yeah, if I just assume everybody is like K-pop fans, then I was unintentionally exclude them from the conversation. And some of them are like dominating this conversation, and some of them are just like this. So yeah, I have been trying to make this our program more academic, like put more academic like flavor into the program. And in language classes we have some linguistic analysis, and I'm offering one course on translation using AI tools. So if we use different AI tools, they the result of the translations are all different. So depending because of this cultural or I don't know the mechanism, but anyway, so we are doing this translation course utilizing AI and comparing the different translations from different translators, and they know some Korean and they make use of their own understanding of this Korean, and that class is going relatively well. Yeah, so K-pop is wonderful, and it's influencing. But I heard from one of my students, saying that she's listening to K-pop, and her mom says, "Are they girls or boys? What are you? Why are you listening to Ching Cheng music?" So I was really shocked, to they are still at that kind of perspective in Midwestern American. So yeah, we have to be careful when we try to apply this K culture in our language class. That's what I learned, recently.
So how are we not just in Western anymore? Yeah, actually, this is very much the maybe concern of all K-pop and K culture phenomenon. Is it an ephemeral thing, or is it going to have any lasting impact? Maybe it's something we can discuss together.
Sure. Follow up on Professor Kim's comments. So I think of, we are so happy that Korean culture is well known and is successful. On the other hand, when it is, no, can I? It's okay. Yeah. I think of the case of Taekwondo, because Taekwondo is so successful, it is not Korean anymore. Actually, world Taekwondo superstars are not Koreans. And then actually, American Taekwondo Association, they part ways with the Korean Taekwondo Association because they don't want to be constricted by Korean imposition of having to pay for every different level or something. So, and I mean, it's really successful without having Korean, Central Korean kind of control over this. So K-pop seems to be going that way. So when you, I mean, is it Korean? Yes, but then how do you call it Korean other than these singers are Koreans, right? The content of music or even the lyrics, is it really Korean? I mean, when I listen to K-pop, I feel like I must not be Korean. I cannot understand what they're saying. So I have to always look up their lyrics to understand what it is. So in that sense, I feel like, oh, it is not Korean really. So that's my comment that, after a while you lose your identity, which is a good thing, or it has different implications. Um,
So it's just the identity of the K-pop or K-drama, and I'm glad that Yu Young 선생님 brought up that the difference between non-heritage speakers and heritage learners, because I'm teaching the for the first time. It's a small seminar class in Korean, the Korean language and contemporary pop culture, and two students are non-heritage students, and the other students are heritage students. And whenever we talk about it's a K-pop identity, I just brought up that it's English, all English lyrics, is it a K-pop? And then their reactions are very different. And so like Korean heritage speakers, they think that yes, it is K-pop, and what's wrong with the using English in lyrics, because this is a lingua franca. So of course we gotta do it. But then the interestingly, non-heritage students who are more conservative in that way, they want to hear, I think we talked about it in the morning session. They want to hear Korean lyrics more. So they have a different reactions to it. And also, maybe we are in that transitional mode because it's now became famous enough to a certain extent. It's still peripheral culture in the States, but it's well known among all these peripheral cultures. So maybe it's maybe in the next 10 years or so, maybe K-pop is a much shorter. So I would say next 3 years or so, maybe it can shape up in a different way. Then we have to get used to that change, and we have to be on top of everything. But and then Yoon Sang 선생님 said that is not everyone is interested in the Korean pop culture, which is so true. And some of my students who are in my Korean pop culture classes, some of them are not interested. I don't know why they're taking it, but they are taking it. And then I have no, like, you have no idea how many of them actually talked about Lee Moon-se and Song Shikyung. I said, like, where are you from? So that instead of talking about K-pop, and some of you don't know who are they. It's a Korean singers. Probably they listen to their mom singing, my mom singing or listening to Song Shikyung and Lee Moon-se. So it's all kind of very diverse group. So that I think I totally agree with the Yoon Sang-suk 선생님.
Is there anyone?
One more thing, because we had a presentation on BTS today. If you guys remember how BTS first got popular, and people are talking about their original name was like 방탄소년단, they got popular through their sharing their life in social media. So I strongly believe in the power of technology and social media for any minority or endangered language, especially Korea is well known for high tech. We should be more diligent in archiving all those interesting linguistic phenomenon. And also the today, Dr. Kyer is the one who actually contributed to registering those Korean words on Oxford Dictionary. Those makes a huge difference, and we hope that more people will work towards. Like digital humanities is already really popular, but archiving these studies and more students are interested in translating not just the modern text but the old text, the AKS Academy of Korean Studies working on. So I think that is a good way to sustain Korean studies for another decades and more, yeah, for longer.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm just glad that due to this Korean wave or Hallyu, the Korea is being discussed. Um, Apart from the North Korean and South Korean situation, which used to be the only topic that people talked about when it comes to Korea. I mean, there's a our 선생님 who is the expert in North Korea. But now, apart from the political issue, people are talking about Korea and its culture and its language. And I'm glad that this is all due to, Korean wave. And we don't know when it's gonna die out, but still, if people were to take interest in the language for language itself, or for the any part of the culture itself, I think that we'll continue to talk about Korea in the other context. So this is something that I think we could try to sort of contribute as educators of Korean language or educator of the Korean culture for this to sort of last a little longer and to sustain it a little longer. Okay, yeah. If there's any other comments or no comments, I think this will be the wrap of our conference today. Well, thank you so much to the audiences as well. And then that's